maging mabilis ang inyong internet. So, we are happy, and if we're going to send evaluation form for today, please send or answer it para naman ma-improve namin ang aming services para sa inyo. So, again, good afternoon, and hopefully you have your pens. Yun nga, narinig ko, anong sabi nga nung pinuntahan ko na lecture or seminar na the dullest pen is better than the keenest mind or sharpest mind, di ba? Kahit anong katalino natin or ka-sharp na memory natin, if hindi naman natin sinusulat, ay makakalimutan natin. So, bring your papers, your pencils, para naman ma-solve natin or ma-take down notes natin yung mga needed infos. So, I think that's for our announcement. So, before we start, yan, even though na feeling ko, ang lit-lit natin ngayon. Bakit kaya ang lit-lit natin ngayon? Yan. Or siguro after ng first lecture na lang itong taking picture. Hindi naman tayo, picture taking kasi hindi naman tayo nagmamadali. So, you can brush your hair, comb your hair, and paganda muna. So, yun, our evaluation form. House rules, be on time, mute your mic, Q&A after each talk. Ayun. Listen attentively and have fun learning. Thank you very much. Yun. So, let's proceed for our first speaker. Sir, andyan ka na po, di ba? Hi naman po, sir.
Hello po, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good afternoon po sa lahat na mga nandirito po.
Yun. Thank you po. Wait lamang po. So our first lecturer, he graduated his undergraduate BS Agriculture, major in crop science, magna cum laude in West Visayas State University College of Agriculture and Forestry in 2018. He is currently enrolled also in the same university in his master's in agriculture major in plant science. He has also work experience as agriculturist 1 in DARFO 6 from January 2019 to October 2022. He is currently an agricultural technologist of Iloilo Provincial Agriculture Office. And of course, he passed the licensure exam for agriculturist and bagged the top 4 in 2018. So ayan, top notcher si Sir, and hope na marami tayong matutunan ngayon. Diba? Kaya makikinig tayo. So let's all welcome with virtual hearts. Yan. Physical hearts shape. Our first lecturer, Sir Nico Mambusada. Hi, sir. Good afternoon po.
Hello po. Good afternoon po. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Magandang hapon po, sir. Parang kinabahan ako doon sa pagkasabi ni sir na hopefully may matutunan tayo ngayong gabi, ngayong hapon. No? Kinabahan ako bigla eh. So, mag-i-start na po, sir.
Apo. Pwede
po.
na po.
Okay po. So, sa ulit pa, no? Magandang hapon po ulit. Pagpasensyahan na po ninyo, siguro, alam na rin po ninyo na taga Iloilo po ako at alam din po ninyo sa boses ko, no? Sa tono ng aking pagsasalita siguro sa Tagalog. So, okay lang. Since ang ating ang nag-create nitong ating lecture, free lecture is ang pangalan niya is Padayon Hiraya Manawari, no? Padayon is a Visayan word din naman, no? Na which means to continue or magpatuloy, no? Sa pagkamit ng ating mga pangarap. So I would like to thank first Sir or Ka Felix for inviting me to be one of the lecturers for this free layer review for this coming licensure examination for agriculture this 2022. So disclaimer lang, no, before I proceed. No, I graduated for about 4 years ago na, no, and maybe there are some dull moments na and hindi na napapractice, especially na nasa extension ako ngayon. And hopefully na meron kayong matutunan kahit pa paano sa ating discussion about respiration and transpiration. So before that, let me first present my screen. How is it po? Makikita po ba?
Yes po, sir. Nakikita po. Pero hindi po. Naka-presenter view.
Ayan po, sir. Okay na po. Hindi po.
Ganun pa rin po, sir.
Sige po. Ulit-ulit din po.
Sige po.
How about
Okay na
po,
po,
sir?
sir.
Okay na po
Nakikita
yan.
na po.
Okay po. So thank you po. How about my voice, sir? Madidinig po ba ng maayos?
Loud and clear po, sir.
Okay po. Thank you po. Parang kinabahan ako ulit, sir. So, okay. Without further ado, no, let's proceed na sa ating first topic ngayong hapon. So I was assigned to discuss respiration and transpiration. So again, no, nagpapasalamat lang po ulit ako kay Ka Felix kasi inimbita nila tayo dito upang makapagbahagi ng kahit papaano ng kaunting kaalaman tungkol sa topics na ito sa crop science, no? At para sa pag-prepare ninyo ng inyong para sa inyong licensure examination for agriculturists. So, okay. Wait. Hindi ko magalaw yung screen ko. Ayun. Okay. So our topic outline for today . Okay. So for our topic outline, we will be discussing about respiration and transpiration. So siguro ang i-discuss lang natin is yung mga basic, no, mga terminologies and mga basic concepts regarding these topics, no, kasi hindi rin naman ganun kahaba yung time natin at isa pa halos sa mga lumalabas sa board exam, no, as per my experience ay yung mga basic concepts, no, sa mga topics na mostly na-discuss na rin naman natin nung tayo ay nasa pag-aaral pa natin ng ating BS, no? So in respiration, I will be discussing just the definitions, different definitions from different sources, no? Types of respiration, the stages of respiration, which includes the glycolysis, the Krebs cycle, the electron transport system, and the factors affecting respiration. At pangalawa po, i-discuss natin yung transpiration, no? The definition of transpiration, features of transpiration, types of transpiration din, at yung mga factors affecting transpiration. So before I proceed na sa ating first topic, maririnig pa rin po ba ako kasi hindi ko na po nakikita sa screen?
Apo, naririnig ka po namin, sir.
Yes po, sir. Sige, salamat po, sir. Okay, so respiration. When we say, when we hear the term respiration, It is the process by which fats and proteins or the energy stored in organic molecules is released by oxidation, no? So, ito yung pag-release ng mga energy stored natin, especially nung product ng ating photosynthesis or ng ating glucose, no? Through the process of by oxidation. So, this energy is thus made available to the living cells in the form of ATP or the adenosine triphosphate natin, no? The oxygen required for respiration is obtained from the atmosphere, no? Since mostly available ang ating oxygen sa ating atmosphere. And adenosine triphosphate is the energy currency of the cell. So, basta pag nakarinig tayo ng energy na ginagamit sa mga cell or metabolic activities sa ating cells, ito yung ating ATP. So respiration is the stepwise oxidation of complex organic molecules and release of energy as ATP for various cellular metabolic activities. So kagaya na ng ating nasabi, no, na ang ATP ay siyang ginagamit sa perform ng mga metabolic activities ng ating cells, no? So it involves exchange of gases between the organism and the external environment. So there is an exchange of gases. So mamaya mapag-aaralan natin ang mga types or ng pag-exchange ng gases. So meron tayo mamayang external exchange and cellular exchange, no? So another definition of respiration from a different source naman. So defined as an enzyme catalyzed reaction involving the transformation of organic substrate into carbon dioxide and water accompanied by the release of energy. So dito, sa definition ng respiration dito, ay parang in-explain niya lang or in-expound niya yung kanyang chemical equation ng ating respiration process, no? So ang sabi natin kanina, no, from the sugar or sa glucose natin or the product of photosynthesis natin, C6H12O6, when it is oxidized, no, when it is added with oxygen, so makakapag-produce tayo ng carbon dioxide, ng water, at ng usable energy natin, which is the ATP. So dito sa chemical equation natin, ang mga reactants, please remember this, na ang mga reactants sa ating respiration process are the sugar or the C6H12O6 and the oxygen. And ang mga products naman nito ay yung ating mga carbon dioxide, water, and the ATP. So baka lang naman lalabas sa ating board exam at ipapakita sa atin itong equation and then ipapa-identify kung saan yung reactants, ano yung mga products. So at least kahit pa paano, nare-refresh ngayon sa atin sa topic na ito. Okay? So now we have two types of respiration here, no? The external respiration and the cellular respiration. So the basic definition of external respiration is that it is just a mere exchange of gases from the plant parts and the environment. While cellular respiration, it is defined as the biochemical process which occurs within cells and oxidizes food to obtain energy. So, bakit kailangan na mag-conduct or mag-perform ng respiration ng isang plant? Ito ay para maka-obtain siya ng energy, which ang sabi natin kanina, no, na kinakailangan upang mag-perform siya ng kanyang mga cellular metabolic activities. So, the process by which cells obtain energy from complex food molecules depends upon whether or not oxygen is present in their environment and if it is utilized, no? So, ang sa respiration natin is termed as aerobic when the oxygen is utilized and kabaliktaran niya, anaerobic when oxygen is not utilized. So, mamaya i-explain natin. So, ito na. In anaerobic respiration, organic molecules are incompletely broken down in cytosol of the cell and only a small fraction of energy is captured as ATP for use by the cell. So, mayroon siyang respiration pa rin pero kakaunti lang yung energy na makakapture uh, as ATP para sa paggamit ng ating cells. So on the other hand, in aerobic respiration, the reactions of anaerobic respiration are followed by an oxygen requiring process. Dito, kinakailangan talaga yung oxygen. So that's why tinawag siyang aerobic respiration. That releases much larger quantity, no? Mas maraming energy ang napoproduce, no, in the form of ATP. So this occurs in the mitochondria of the eukaryotes and in the folded plasma membrane or the mesosome of the prokaryotes. So again, no, paalala ko lang na itong respiration and transpiration process, topic natin is in some other references, parang ilang pages lang nga ito. So we'll not dwell so much deeper. So we'll just pick up the basic concepts para at least meron tayong kahit papano na matutunan, no? Differences between aerobic and anaerobic respiration. Ito compare natin ang aerobic at ang anaerobic respiration. So sa aerobic respiration, so from the root word aero, which means air, which means first, it takes place in the presence of oxygen. So the basic concept, alam na natin yan. Sa aerobic, no, there is a presence of oxygen. Then, hello po everyone, and sorry po naputol yung aking presentation. Nasaan na po ba tayo?
Sa ano nga?
Aerobic at saka anaerobic, sir. Differences.
Yes.
Okay, sige. Sige, ma'am. Okay. So nandito na tayo ulit, no, sa differences between aerobic and anaerobic respiration. So aerobic, which means from the root word aero, which means air, no? So it takes place in the presence of oxygen. So number two, it leads to the complete oxidation of organic substance. Then it is most common in higher organisms, both plants and animals, no? Kagaya natin ng mga tao, sabi ko kanina, no? At ng mga ibang mga pananim natin, no? Na nagpe-perform ng respiration through the use of oxygen, no? So ito yung chemical formula ng ating aerobic respiration. And number five, it takes place in the cytoplasm and mitochondria in eukaryotes and plasma membrane in prokaryotes.
Excuse
On
me,
the other
sir.
hand, yes, sir.
Ikakat mo
Yes,
kita
ma'am.
muna, sorry. Wala ka po, hindi po naka-present yung PowerPoint mo po.
Ay, sorry po.
Opo.
Okay.
Kaya po naka-share screen, sir.
Wait lang po, sir. Share screen ulit. Yun. Okay na po, sir.
Yes po, kita na po.
Okay. So now let's proceed na po sa, thank you, sir, anaerobic respiration, no? From the root word anaero, which means no air, no? So that means, number one, it takes place in the complete absence of oxygen, no? Walang oxygen. So that is why incomplete oxidation of organic substrate takes place. That is why kanina sabi natin na ang incomplete oxidation, ang mga organic substrate na incomplete yung kanyang oxidation ay pina-follow sa aerobic respiration. which dyan na mako-complete yung oxidation ng mga organic substrate. Then, it takes place in lower organisms such as bacteria, fungi, and in higher animals under limiting conditions of oxygen. No? For example, in the muscles, when oxygen present is insufficient. So ito yung kanyang chemical formula. And tandaan natin na it also takes place in the cytoplasm. Okay, now let's proceed to the external respiration or the gaseous exchange. So kanina sabi natin na may dalawang types ng respiration, yung external at yung cellular. So ito ngayon yung external respiration, also termed as the gaseous exchange. Bakit gaseous exchange? So in plants, the atmospheric air moves in and out by simple diffusion that takes place through, number one, the general body surface of the plant, no? So, simple diffusion lang sa mga general body surface of the plants natin, kagaya nung ating sa stem natin, sa roots, sa fruits, and sa seeds. Another way of the movement of air in and out through simple diffusion is through the lenticels, no? So, ang mga lenticels natin, so alam naman natin siguro yon na these are the openings in the bark of the tree trunk, no? Mga lenticels natin. And then stomata present in the leaves and young green parts of the stems. So dito makikita natin na ang mga stomates natin or mga stomata ay hindi lang siya present sa ating mga leaves, kundi pati na rin sa mga young green parts ng ating mga plants, no? Especially sa mga apical na parts ng ating tanim. So ngayon, ito yung mga features ng external respiration. So plants do not need oxygen carrier. In contrast sa mga animals where oxygen is carried by blood, kagaya ng sa ating mga tao, no? So sa plants, hindi kailangan ng oxygen carrier. From the atmosphere, gases enter the intercellular spaces inside the plants. So sabi natin kanina, no, external respiration is the simple diffusion, no? So pumapasok siya from the atmosphere. So during the day, plants give out oxygen instead of taking it up for respiration. So tanong natin, bakit nag-give out ng oxygen yung plant natin during the day kung kailangan naman niya ng oxygen for the respiration process? So ang sagot dyan is that because the rate of photosynthesis, which sa photosynthesis natin, isa sa mga products niya is yung oxygen, is higher than that of respiration. So hindi niya kailangan na mas marami siyang maigi-give. That's why ang napag-aralan natin mula pa nung elementary, no ang mga tanim natin ay gumagamit ng carbon dioxide at nagbibigay ng oxygen para sa mga tao, ganon-ganon, no? So dito makikita natin it's because during the daytime merong sunlight and nagpa-perform ng photosynthesis ang ating mga tanim. That is why mas mataas yung oxygen na i-give out niya kumpara sa nagagamit ng respiration process. Okay? So please remember that. Kasi mamaya, kapag after ng aking discussion, kakonti lang naman ito or brief lang siya, so I'm making it as much as brief as and as much as concise para kahit papano ay ma-utilize natin yung ating time para sa iba pang mga lecturers natin, no? At hindi kayo mabu-burn out since alam naman natin, no, ang oras natin ngayon is pangtulog, Sunday pa, no, fiesta time. So please, huwag kayong matulog dyan. So, yun, sabi natin na mas mataas yung napoproduce na oxygen compared sa nagagamit ng respiration because of the photosynthesis process during the daytime. Mamaya, kung wala kayong tanong, ako yung magtatanong at maybe isa ito sa mga itatanong ko. And by the way, I prepared a quiz after my presentation, so please prepare lang. Cellular respiration. So, eto na tayo. Aside from the external respiration, meron tayong cellular respiration. So, oxygen that is absorbed in the body is used to oxidize the nutrients. Like for example, the glucose, amino acids, and fatty acids, kagaya nung isa-isang definition natin kanina ng respiration. Producing carbon dioxide water and energy, which is the product of respiration na natin. So it occurs within the cells and tissues. So unlike kanina, no, na parang simple diffusion process lang ang nagaganap sa external respiration or sa gaseous exchange, dito sa cellular respiration, ito ay nagaganap within the cells and the tissues of the plants. Okay, now let's proceed to the stages of respiration. So meron tayong common na 3 stages of respiration. First, there is the glycolysis. Second is the Krebs cycle and the electron transport system, or in other references, it is also termed or referred to as the electron transport chain. Okay, so let's discuss each of these stages of respiration. So first, glycolysis. It is also now known as the Mayer-Hoff-Parnas pathway. So please remember that ngayon sa exam niyo lalabas, it is also termed as the Mayer-Hoff-Parnas pathway. So alam na natin that it is the glycolysis. No? So glycolysis, it involves oxidizing glucose, the 6-carbon compound, to 2 molecules of pyruvic acid through a series of enzymatically controlled reactions occurring in the cytosol. So the initial substrate is glucose, either from photosynthesis yan, as in plants, or from the carbohydrate digestion in animals, o sa mga ini-intake na pagkain. No? So, dyan nagsisimula yung glycolysis. So there are 3 major phases of glycolysis. First, there is the phosphorylation of glucose. Second is the splitting of these compounds. And third is the oxidation by dehydrogenation. So when we say phosphorylation of glucose to fructose, 1,6-diphosphate, so this is the termed as the activation of glucose, and 2 ATPs are being used. So splitting of this compound into 2 3-carbon sugar phosphates, no? So ang na-produce natin kanina sa phosphorylation is yung fructose na 1,6-diphosphate. Dito ngayon is split natin into 2 3-carbon sugar phosphates, which are inconvertible na siya, no? Note that this is the origin of the term glycolysis, meaning splitting of glucose. Please remember that, baka lalabas din, no? Glycolysis, meaning niya, simpler meaning niya na lang siguro ito, pero kung mga deeper meanings niya, so there are other references. Pero dito, ginamit natin yung glycolysis as the splitting of glucose. And third, oxidation by dehydrogenation. No, when we say dehydrogenation, kinukuha natin yung hydrogen. No? Each 3C sugar phosphate is oxidized by removal of hydrogen, making a reduced nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, that is NADH, and production of 2 ATPs. So tandaan natin na ang glycolysis, it occurs in the cytoplasm, and partial oxidation of glucose molecule, which is the 6-carbon compound, yields 2 molecules of pyruvic acid into 3-carbon sugar phosphates. In the process, substrate phosphorylation of the sugar molecule results to a net production of 2 ATP. Tandaan natin na ang product ng glycolysis natin ay yung 2 ATP natin. Okay? Now let's proceed to the next stage of respiration. So it is called as the Krebs cycle or the citric acid cycle. Please remember that. No? Baka lalabas din na it is also termed as the citric acid cycle. So alam na natin, Krebs cycle. Baka kasi ibigyan kayo ng choices na is the Krebs cycle, Krebs cycle, Franz cycle, or whatsoever cycle there. At least alam niyo na it is the Krebs cycle, which is the citric acid cycle. No? So the acetylcholinesterase in the molecule entering the Krebs cycle taking place in the matrix of mitochondria. No? Sa mitochondria siya nagtitake place. Then, details of this cycle were worked by, tandaan natin, it is worked out by Sir Hans Krebs in the 1930s. Malay nyo ngayon sa exam ninyo lalabas na ito. So it is also known as tricarboxylic acid cycle or the TCA cycle. So tatlo na ang pangalan niya, no? Krebs cycle or the citric acid cycle or the tricarboxylic acid cycle. Okay? Pyruvic acids produced in the cytosol during glycolysis. So sabi natin kanina, no? Ang pyruvic acid na na-produce during glycolysis are imported into the mitochondrial matrix, which is the site for Krebs cycle. So sabi na natin kanina, no? Sa mitochondrial matrix siya. So pyruvic acid is first oxidized to acetyl coenzyme A and subsequently converted to carbon dioxide. So for every glucose molecule or the 2 pyruvic acids entering the mitochondrion, the Krebs cycle generates 6 NADH and 2 FADH and yield 2 ATP via substrate level phosphorylation. Okay? Nagpo-produce din siya or nag-yield din ng 2 ATP via substrate level phosphorylation. So ngayon, alamin natin yung steps of Krebs cycle. Paano siya nagaganap, saan siya pupunta after that. Okay? So the acetyl group with 2 carbons enters the cycle by combining with oxaloacetate or 4 carbon to form citrate with 6 carbon. So ang citrate natin with 6 carbon, oxaloacetate natin with 4 carbons, and ang acetyl group natin na may 2 carbons. So this initiates the citric acid cycle. So yung pagpasok ng dalawang acetyl group at pag-combine sa oxaloacetate natin na nagpo-form ng citrate, dito nagsisimula yung ating tinatawag na citric acid cycle. Okay? So as acetyl group passes around the cycle, the 2 carbon atoms are lost in carbon dioxide into decarboxylation reactions, and hydrogen is added to hydrogen carriers in 4 dehydrogenation reactions, resulting in a total of 3 NADH and 1 FADH molecules. So after na nag-initiate yung ating citric cycle, ito na ang mapuproduce, ang magiging resulta, no? 3 NADH at isang FADH molecule. So 1 molecule of ATP is also made directly for every turn of the cycle. So remember that 2 acetyl groups were made from 1 glucose molecule. So as such, 2 turns of the cycle occur per glucose molecule used. So 1 molecule of ATP also made directly for every turn. So meron tayong dalawang groups, no, ng acetyl. So oxaloacetate is regenerated at the end of the cycle, ready to accept another acetyl group, no? Nare-regenerate yung oxaloacetate natin kanina na may 4 na carbons at ready na siya ulit na tatanggap ng 2 carbon natin sa acetyl group. So thus, at the end of the citric acid cycle, ito ang kanyang katapusan, there are total of 10 NADH and 2 FADH. So 2 NADH nito, out of this 10 NADH, ay nagmula pa sa process ng ating glycolysis. Okay? So note that all the hydrogen atoms from the original glucose are now on hydrogen carriers. The nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide and the flavin adenine dinucleotide. So these hydrogen carriers enter the next phase known as the respiratory chain or electron transport chain for further release of energy. So ang na-produce natin dito sa Krebs cycle na to at nakikerry na ng ating NAD at FAD ay papasok na sa susunod na stage ng ating respiration, which is the ETC or the ETS, electron transport system natin, para mag-produce ng further energy. Okay, now let's proceed to the third stage, which is the respiratory chain. Tandaan natin, also termed the respiratory chain or the electron transport chain or the oxidative phosphorylation or the electron transport system. Okay? So the hydrogen carriers now move to the inner membrane of the mitochondrion. So di ba kanina yung sa Krebs cycle natin, nandoon lang siya sa mitochondrial matrix. Ngayon, papasok na siya sa inner membrane ng mitochondrion natin. So this membrane has folds called cristae, which increase its surface area, no? Mga folded parts yan. Tinatawag na cristae, no? That's why mas mataas or yung kanyang surface area. So the hydrogen ions carried to the cristae undergo stepwise oxidation using molecular oxygen, and energy is released in a series of small steps. So some of this energy is used to make ATP from ADP and inorganic phosphate. So this is called the oxidative phosphorylation. Okay, during these reactions, the hydrogen is split into hydrogen ion and an electron, which are accepted by a series of hydrogen or electron carriers ending with oxygen. So this series of carriers constitute the respiratory chain. Ito yung mga series ng carriers na nag-e-end sa oxygen, na nagdadala ng hydrogen or the electron ng electron. Ito yung nagko-constitute sa ating respiratory chain or sa ating electron transport chain. So the hydrogen or the electrons at a higher energy level are passed from one carrier to next. That is why tinawag natin kanina na series of carriers moving downhill in energy terms until they reach oxygen, no? The final acceptor of electrons, which as a result is reduced to water, no? That is why naging water na siya. At each transfer level, some energy is released as heat, and in some of the transfers, this is used for the formation of ATP, no? So ang ibang energy natin as the transfer level goes downhill, no? Ang ibang energy ay nare-release as heat, ang iban ay ginagamit as ATP. So the final step involves the cytochrome oxidase enzyme, which hands over the electrons to the hydrogen before being accepted by oxygen to form water, no? So nag-i-involve ng cytochrome oxidase enzyme ang hydrogen natin para ma-accept na ng oxygen to form water as the product of respiration. So for each NADH that enters the respiratory chain, 3 ATP can be made. But for each FADH, only 2 ATP can be made. So tandaan natin na each NADH, 3 ATP, sa FADH, 2 ATP. So this is owing to the fact that FADH enters the respiratory chain at a lower energy level in the chain of reactions. So dahil sa baba na siya, no? Ang iba na-release na, ang iba into heat, ang iba nagamit na ulit as ATP. So substances like carbon monoxide and hydrogen sulfide act as poisons since they block the hydrogen transfer system and stop the ATP generation, no? So ito yung mga poisons, yung carbon monoxide at yung hydrogen sulfide. That is why sinasabi natin usually, no, na ang mga gases natin na detrimental to the growth of plants. That is why detrimental sila, kasi sila yung nagbo-block ng mga processes involving the respiration process of the plants. Okay? So in simpler terms, electron transport system or the ETS occurs in the inner mitochondrial membrane, as we have stated earlier, and the NADH from the glycolysis and Krebs cycle, and FADH from the Krebs cycle. That is why sabi natin kanina, no, na in each unit of NADH, no, 3 ATP yung napoproduce, pero sa FADH, 2 ATP lang yung napoproduce. Kasi nga, si NADH ay nagmula pa siya sa glycolysis at nag-combine pa siya sa Krebs cycle. Pero si FADH, sa Krebs cycle lang siya nagsimula, no? So they are oxidized in order to yield ATP. So ATP is generated in ATS via oxidative phosphorylation. Okay? So I think that ends the stages of respiration. So I have here another term, the antibodic pathway. So respiration is necessary for the survival of all living beings. Of course, kasi nga hindi tayo mabubuhay kung hindi tayo nagre-respire, no? In respiration, oxygen is utilized and carbon dioxide is given out. Kabaliktaran siya ng ating photosynthesis, hindi ba? Yung carbon dioxide yung ginagamit at oxygen yung kanyang nire-release. So the green plants carry out photosynthesis during which carbon dioxide and water are utilized in the presence of sunlight to synthesize starch and energy sa photosynthesis process natin. So as such, photosynthesis is the building up or anabolic pathway. Tandaan natin, no? Photosynthesis is the building up or the anabolic pathway. Whereas respiration, on the other hand, is breaking down or the catabolic process in which glucose is oxidized. No? So tandaan natin na kabaliktaran yung photosynthesis sa respiration, since ang photosynthesis is building up or what we call anabolic pathway. On the other hand, respiration is breaking down, no, or the catabolic process. So na-oxidize sila na-oxidize sila in order to yield carbon dioxide, water, and energy, which is the product of respiration na, no? So the two pathways appearing together constitute the amphibolic pathway, no? So tandaan natin na kapag ang dalawang ito, ang photosynthesis or ang anabolic pathway natin at ang catabolic process natin ay nag-occur together, it is termed as the amphibolic pathway or nagko-constitute sila ng amphibolic pathway. So from the root word amphi na, which means two. So I have here another term which is important in the respiration topic, no? So the compensation point. So the light intensity at which photosynthesis just compensates for respiration is called plants and animals compensation point. Anong ibig sabihin ng compensation point? No? Na ang napoproduce ng photosynthesis ay equal lang or nako-compensate lang yung ginagamit for respiration. So in other words, in a green plant, at the compensation point, amount of carbon dioxide consumed during photosynthesis is equal to the amount of carbon dioxide generated through respiration. So as we have this said earlier, no, bago lang na sa compensation point, ang amount na nako-consume sa photosynthesis ay equal lang sa amount ng carbon dioxide na na-generate sa respiration. So balikan naman natin kanina, no, ang sinabi natin na ang that is why nag-give out ng oxygen yung ating photosynthesis during the daytime or during the process of photosynthesis kasi nga mas mataas yung kanyang napoproduce na oxygen na naman. Okay? So now let's proceed to the rate of transpiration and factors affecting it, no? So when we say the rate of transpiration can be measured by the amount of carbon dioxide released per unit time. So as expected, it varies in different organs and with age, no? So iba-iba yung rate of respiration ng young plants at ng older plants. Kagaya rin naman sa mga tao, no, na iba yung respiration rate niya kung bata pa compared sa mas matanda na. Okay, so we have two categories, the internal factors and the external factors that affects the respiration of the plants, no? So first there, the internal factors. So when we say internal factors, ito yung mga nagko-constitute sa loob ng ating plants, no? Katulad na lang ng kanyang mga cells, tissues, and organs, no? So example there is the minerals, no, that are being consumed by the plant itself, the structure of respiratory tissue organ, no, the activity of the respiratory enzymes, kung kaano karapid yung mga metabolic activities or whatsoever there, and the type of substrate. And then the external factors are, we have there some temperature, oxygen, carbon dioxide, and water. So temperature affects the rate of respiration. Since enzymes activity doubles for energy, 10 degrees Celsius rise in temperature within certain limits. So nag-a-affect yung naapektuhan ng temperature yung rate of respiration kapag mas mataas yung temperature kasi ng 10 degrees ay nadodouble yung pag-use ng energy. So more rapid breakdown of respiration as temperature increases above 35 degrees Celsius due to destruction of enzymes by heat. So may mga nadidestruct na ng mga enzymes kapag mas mataas na ang temperature or mas mataas na sa 35 degrees Celsius. That is why na affected yung rate of respiration by the temperature. Paano naman nakaka-apekto ng respiration ang ating oxygen? So the presence of oxygen is essential for the oxidative metabolism, no? So since sa respiration natin, isa sa mga pinaka-importante ang ating oxygen. And then, ang ating carbon dioxide. Paano naman nakaka-apekto ng respiration ng ating carbon dioxide? So, high level or higher than normal atmosphere inhibits respiration. Sabi nga natin kanina, no, kagaya ng ating carbon monoxide at ng hydrogen sa atmosphere, ay mai-inhibit yung mga processes related to respiration. So that is why it is also a detrimental factor that affects the respiration rate or the respiration process of the plants. Of course, we have also there the water. Now, water or some references refers to it as the moisture content of the tissues itself. No? So seeds with higher moisture content, for example, respire more than seeds with drier tissues. No? Since mas mataas yung kanilang moisture content or ang water level within their tissues. So as an additional, no, may mga physiological status of plants then and some other plant parts that affects respiration of plants. So dormant state respire less than active parts of the plant. Like for example, sa seeds natin, meron tayong tinatawag na seed dormancy, no? So kapag dormant yung isang seed ay mas nagre-respire siya ng mas kakaunti compared sa kung active yung isang seed or ready for growth na siya. So I think that's for the respiration process in the plants. Next, let's proceed to transpiration. Siguro kakaunti lang itong ating transpiration. And sabi nga natin kanina sa outline natin, no, definition, types of respiration, its features, and factors also affecting transpiration. So as a definition, transpiration is a process that involves loss of water vapor through the stomata of plants. Okay? So the main pathway or the main path of transpiration or of the loss of water vapor is through the stomata of the plants. Please always remember that. Mamaya alamin natin kung ilang percentage ba ang nalolos ng water vapor sa pamamagitan ng stomates. Okay? Ng stomata. The loss of water vapor from the plant cools the plant down when the weather is very hot. And water from the stem and roots moves upward or is pulled into the leaves. No? So, kapag mainit yung weather condition or ang outside condition, weather condition ng plants, ay meron silang mechanism para ma-cool down nila yung kanyang sarili. Kasi unlike nga sa atin sa mga tao, no, pwede tayong mag-electric fan or gumamit ng pamaypay. So yung plants natin ay meron silang mismong mechanism sa loob nila para i-cool down yung kanilang sarili. At ito nga yung process ng transpiration, no? Which is the loss of water vapor. No? So kung meron sa inyo siguro ang mga nakapanood ng Rurouni Kenshin na movie, no? Si Shiyu, no, isang antagonist doon ay I think nasunog siya, that's why hindi siya nakakapag-respire. Kagaya ng plants, kung hindi siya makapag-transpire ang plants ay masusunog siya if ever na wala siyang mechanism na ganon para i-release yung heat na naiipon sa kanyang loob, no? So transpiration is the process in which plants release the water inside it in the form of moisture or water vapor. No, tandaan natin na nare-release ang moisture or ang water inside the plants through the water vapor, no? Roots consume some amount of water from the soil and the rest evaporates in the atmosphere. So ang roots natin ang nagko-consume ng or nag-uptake ng water from the soil. Parts of plants such as stems, small pores on leaves and flowers evaporate water to the atmosphere. So tandaan natin, no, na hindi lang sa stomata ng plants dumadaan yung water vapor during the process of transpiration. It also uses some parts of the stems, small pores of the leaves and flowers to evaporate water to the atmosphere. So always remember that. So mamaya i-discuss natin kung bakit at kung ano yung mga different types of transpiration. Okay? So always remember this. Transpiration is considered as the necessary evil for plants. Always remember this. Please. Baka lalabas, Char. Okay. Considered as necessary evil, no? Bakit siya considered as necessary evil? Kasi nga, nag-use siya ng energy, nagre-release siya ng water, ng moisture, which is necessary din naman sa mga metabolic processes within the plants, pero nire-release niya. Kasi nga, kinakailangan niya in order to cool down itself because of the affecting factors either inside the plant or outside the environment. Okay? So that is why it is considered as necessary evil. So the features of transpiration, it keeps cells hydrated, no? Kasi nga lumalabas siya, that's why need naman ni roots na kumuha ng tubig. It maintains favorable trigger pressure for the transport of nutrients absorbed by the roots from the soil. So isa ito sa mga features or mga functions ng transpiration, no? Nagta-transport ng mga nutrients na na-absorb ng soil. So kasi nga meron tayo kanina, sabi natin dito, no? Na when the roots consume amount of water from the soil and the rest evaporates to the atmosphere. So nare-release siya or napupull siya into some other parts of the plants or into the leaves. So another feature of transpiration is that it serves as a cooling process. So ito nang sinasabi natin kanina, no? Na kapag mas mainit yung kanyang environment or sa loob niya, ay kinakailangan niyang i-cool ang kanyang sarili para ma-maintain yung kanyang metabolic activities within the plant itself. So here are the three types of transpiration. First is the stomatal transpiration. Second is the cuticular transpiration. And the lenticular transpiration. So, sabi natin kanina na most commonly na lumalabas yung water vapor through the stomates. No? It is the evaporation of waters through stomata. That's why tinawag siyang stomatal transpiration. No? Stomata are specialized pores in the leaves. Alam na natin lahat yan. They account for around 80 to 90% of the total water loss from the plants. So tandaan natin, no, ang may pinakamalaking nawawala na water sa ating plants ay dahil sa tinatawag nating stomatal transpiration. Okay? Baka isa yan sa mga quiz ko mamaya. Please remember. Cuticular transpiration. Cuticle is an impermeable covering present on the leaves and stem. No, ito yung mga nagka-cover in order to fight against the penetration of various pathogens. Isa din ito sa mga defense mechanisms ng plants natin, yung kanilang cuticle. Pero isa rin ito sa mga daanan ng water vapor. Ito yung tinatawag nating cuticular transpiration. It causes around 20% of transpiration in plants. Cuticular transpiration is lesser in xerophytes because they have thicker cuticles. No? Ang mga xerophytes natin, they have thicker cuticles. That is why mas lesser yung cuticular transpiration na nagaganap sa kanila. And then another one, ang lenticular transpiration. It is the evaporation of water through lenticels. No? Lenticels Ang tinatawag nating lenticels, these are the tiny openings present in the woody bark, no? That is why sinabi ko kanina na hindi lang sa stomata dumadaan yung evaporated water, kundi sa iba ring mga parts ng ating mga tanim. So meron tayong sa cuticle niya, meron tayong sa lenticels, which are present naman sa mga barks niya. Okay? Now, let's proceed to the two-stage process. Ito lang, simple lang yung stage process ng transpiration. So first, evaporation of water from the moist cell wall into the substomatal airspace. Substomatal. Then, diffusion of water vapor from substomatal airspace into the atmosphere. So, nare-release na niya sa atmosphere. So, here are the factors affecting transpiration. So, kagaya din ng ating respiration kanina, meron siyang different factors. Ito din, ang transpiration, may nag-a-affect din sa kanya. So, number one factor affecting transpiration is the relative humidity. Paano nakaka-apekto yung relative humidity outside or sa environment sa process ng transpiration ng plants? Kasi nga, kapag mas mataas yung humidity sa labas, mas mababa yung transpiration rate. Ngayon, yung temperature naman, kapag mas mataas yung temperature, sabi natin kanina, mas mataas din yung transpiration rate. The wind velocity. Since alam naman natin na kapag mas malakas yung ihip ng hangin, ay sumasara yung mga mostly stomates natin or mga stomata, ay nalelesen din yung transpiration rate natin. Kasi nga alam naman natin na ang stomatal transpiration is one of the most common ways or path of the water vapor released through transpiration. No? Then the carbon dioxide concentration. So the higher the concentration will close the stomata. No? Kasi nga alam naman natin na detrimental kapag mas mataas sa growth ng plant, kapag mas mataas yung carbon dioxide or any other toxic gaseous materials sa outside or sa environment ng ating pananim. And then the light intensity. Of course, light intensity also affects the temperature and also affects the photosynthesis process natin. And then the morphology of leaf stomatal modification. No, ang structure, when I say morphology, ang structure ng ating mga leaf stomatal natin, no? Kapag kung paano ba mas malaki or mas maliit or kung paano siya naka aligned through the what do you call this, direction of the wind or to the direction of the sunlight. Okay, so these are the factors affecting transpiration process. So I guess that ends my presentation for the respiration process and the transpiration process in plants. So I hope that kahit papano meron tayong na-learn kahit konti regarding respiration and transpiration. Based on my experience, siguro masasabi ko na siguro mga 5 to 10 questions din, if ever, ang lumalabas regarding respiration and transpiration. So, palay natin, baka 5 siya or 10 siya or baka mas marami na ngayon sa time ninyo. So, iba-iba rin naman yung types or ang categories ng exam natin or ang level of difficulties and the topics involved sa ating licensure exam. So it has been 4 years since I took the exam and I hope na kahit paano ay meron pa rin akong na-impart sa inyo kahit paano and hopefully na this will serve you to the best it can be para magamit ninyo sa pagkuha ng board exam. So, if you have any questions, please just ask questions. And if none, we'll proceed to the quiz I have prepared. 10 items lang din naman. Okay, sir, ma'am, I finished my presentation na.
Thank you, Sir Nico.
Thank you, everyone.
Siguro, sir, mag-quiz muna tayo. Baka kasi iniisip pa nila kung anong gusto na nang itatanong.
Okay. Sige, sige. Magka-quiz lang tayo. Paano ba so yung yung mechanics nito? Ita-type lang nila sa group sa chat or what?
Opo, ito type lang po nila sa chat.
Okay, sige. Si Sir na lang siguro ang titingin kung tama yung sagot niyo or what. Kasi naka-present
Sige po.
ako. Okay.
No problem.
Ready na, mga students? Okay, number 1. Wait. Bakit hindi siya gumagalaw? Ayun, short quiz. Number 1. Basahin ko na lang para mas madali tayo, no? The loss of water, siguro time natin, sir, ng 20 seconds sa pag-answer. No. The loss of water through evapotranspiration is favored by A, low temperature, B, high relative humidity, C, low wind speed, D, high temperature. Again, the loss of water through evapotranspiration is favored by A, low temperature, B, high relative humidity, C, low wind speed, D, high temperature. So meron na bang may nakapasok na mga sagot?
Opo. Letter D po mostly ang kanilang sagot.
Merong D. Okay. So, let's reveal the answer. Wait, bakit hindi siya gumagawa? Eto. The answer is letter D, high temperature. So sabi natin kanina, no, na kapag mas mataas yung temperature or sa environment ay mas mataas yung transpiration rate natin. No? So let's proceed to question number 2. Nakikita po ba? It is defined as an enzyme catalyzed reaction involving the transformation of organic substrate into carbon dioxide and water accompanied by the release of energy. So, ano ko lang sa inyo, no? Tip, no? Kapag nagsasagot kayo ng question, always remember or always look for the keyword or keywords sa question. So dito sa question na ito, ang keyword siguro natin na mas pinakamalapit sa sagot is that it is the release of energy, no? So, A, translocation, B, transpiration, C, respiration, D, assimilation. So, anong answer? Okay.
Mga sagot nila, sir, ay
C.
C.
Very good. Letter C. So, reveal the answer. It's letter C, respiration. So, ang root word natin is yung release of energy. Number 3. Which of the following is not a product of respiration? A, carbon dioxide, B, water, C, glucose or sugar, D, ATP. Tandaan natin, product of respiration. Answer. Okay. So, very good itong ating mga participants. Merong sumagot na letter C. So, the answer is letter C. Tandaan natin, not a product. Again, another tip for you when reading the question, always encircle or underline or whatsoever anong gawin niyo dyan sa lahat ng mga negative words sa question. Like for example, not, except, okay? Tandaan natin yan. Kasi minsan, dahil sa nagka-cram tayo or whatsoever there, na, ano yan, nalilimutan na natin yung tong mga negative words at ang sinasagot na natin, ang hinahanap na natin is yung positive word. Okay? So, always do that, please. So, the answer is letter C. Number 4. The following are the characteristics of aerobic respiration except A, it takes place in the presence of oxygen. B, leads to the complete oxidation of organic substrate. D, incomplete oxidation of organic substrate takes place. Or D, it is most common in higher organisms, both plants and animals. Answer. Always remember, aerobic. Kapag sinabi natin aerobic, sabi natin kanina, presence of oxygen. So, hindi na si A. Hindi rin si B kasi complete ang organic oxidation niya. And it is most common in higher organisms. So, the answer is letter C. Okay, ito na yung except niya. Always remember that. Then, which of the following is not a characteristic of external respiration? Wait. Characteristic of external respiration. A, the rate of photosynthesis is lower. D, plants do not need oxygen carrier. C, from the atmosphere, gases enter the intercellular spaces inside the plants. or D itong isa ha. During the day, plants give out oxygen instead of taking it up for respiration. Wait lang, bakit hindi ko makita? Oh, I stopped my...
Nawala, sir.
Wait lang, present ko ulit. Sorry po. Share screen. Okay, dito na tayo sa number 5. Okay. So your answer? Not a characteristic of external respiration. Not. Ay, wait. So yun na, yung answer niya. Letter A. The rate of photosynthesis Okay, letter A, the rate of photosynthesis is lower than that of respiration. Tandaan natin, no? Ito ay sa sa external respiration, ang rate ng photosynthesis is higher than that of respiration. Okay, let's proceed. Number 6. In cellular respiration, oxygen that is absorbed in the body is used to oxidize the nutrients, examples glucose, amino acids, and fatty acids, completely producing carbon dioxide, water, and energy. True, false, maybe none of the above. Ito isa rin ito sa mga tricky questions during the exam. So your answer? You can see the question.
Makita, sir.
Wait, stop sharing. Okay. I mean, this is Zoom. Share screen. Ito. Ayun. Nakikita na po ba?
Yes po.
Yan. Okay. In cellular respiration, oxygen that is absorbed in the body is used to oxidize the nutrients, glucose, amino acids, and fatty acids, completely producing carbon dioxide, water, and energy. So ito yung mga keywords natin. Nagpo-produce siya ng carbon dioxide, water, at energy. So is it cellular or external respiration? Absorbed in the body. In the body. So the answer is letter A. True. Very good. Okay. Last 4. The following are the factors affecting respiration except temperature, oxygen, carbon dioxide, water, or none of the above. Answer? Ayun. Very good. So, the answer is letter E. Lahat ito ay factors ng respiration. Sabi natin kanina. So, number 8. It is the process in which plants release the water inside it in the form of moisture or water vapor. Keywords, release of water. Answer, translocation, transpiration, respiration, or assimilation. So the answer is transpiration. Very good. Okay, that's 2. Features of transpiration. Ano yung mga features of transpiration? A, it keeps cells hydrated. B, it maintains favorable turgor pressure. C, it serves as a cooling process. Or D, all of the above. Okay, no? Obvious yung sagot. Letter D. Okay, last one. The type of transpiration that accounts for around 80 to 90% of the total water loss from the plants. Sinasabi natin kanina na most common na path. Okay, the answer is letter A, stomatal transpiration. So I think that ends my presentation and a short quiz for you. And I would like to thank you for giving me time to share with you some topics regarding respiration and transpiration. So, sir, back to you.
Ayan. Thank you very much po, sir, sa iyong expertise patungkol sa transpiration and respiration. Marami po kaming natutunan. So kung mayroon pa po tayong katanungan, kung meron po kayong mga katanungan, ay pwede na po nating tanungin si sir. Parang gamay naman. Feeling ko, sir, natanong na nung sa mga questions mo. Ang hirap kaya ng questions mo.
Hirap ba? Nandun yan lahat sa
Very
presentation.
tricky.
Oh.
Oo nga naman. Pero totoo yung sinabi ni sir, yung mga not exempt. Siguro yung bukha ng aking test paper ay hindi na pwedeng ulitin or hindi na pwedeng i-photocopy sa sobrang dami ng
same tayo, sir.
Queries. Parang
drawing.
Tinignan yun, mga drawing, mga arrows, sabi ko, ano ba yan?
Yes.
May pabilog, may pa-square, may pa-underline ng ilang beses.
Yes.
Ganon. Meron pa nga ako nung kinorek, sabi ko, ano to? Ba't ganito ang pagka-construct dito? Bakit may kulang?
Question.
Opo. Parang niloloko ka ng ibang question na parang hindi mo gets anong gustong tatanong sa'yo. Kaya very tricky talaga exam. And I think wala namang na mga katanungan. So, yun. If may katanungan kayo, pwede nyo naman sigurong ibigay sa amin at isesend na lang namin sa iyo, sir, para
Yes po. No worries. Okay po.
And very, very happy kami na kasama ka po namin dito. Siyempre,
thank you po, sir.
Top-notcher. And
it's my pleasure po to be with you this afternoon.
Yes, very, very happy po kami, sir. So, alis ka na ba after this, sir?
I want to, sir, to listen din sa iban kasi meron akong nalalearn. Ang yung ibang presentation is, nireview ko din po, sir, at pinakinggan. At para, kasi matagal na rin po akong graduate.
Sige po. Ayan. Ngayon na po ay ibigay natin ang certificate sa ating lecturer. So, Hiraya Manawari Padayon, Certificate of Appreciation proudly presented to Sir Nico L. Mambusada in recognition of his outstanding contribution as volunteer for the sharing of knowledge during Padayon Hiraya Manawari Pre-Layer Review Session on February 27, 2022. Signed, Renz J. Caducoy, organizer. Signed, Felix S. Valdez, organizer. And Sir Brian Angelo Sustrina, head organizer. So, pakipusuan naman si Sir, di ba? Yan.
Maraming salamat
virtual
po.
puso and yes, maraming salamat din, sir. So, ayun po ang ating first lecture. So, before tayo mag-proceed ay mag-photo ops muna tayo para naman fresh pa tayo. Baka kasi mamaya mawawala kayo, manunod kayo ng presidential debate. Hindi nyo na kami kasama. Diba? Presidential debate ngayon.
Meron ba? Meron ba, sir?
Meron po. Alas 5. Okay. Mamaya na po kayo manood nun. Char. Wala po si BBM.
Ayun pa naman yun.
Wala si BBM. So, hindi masaya. Konti lang ang kasiyahan doon. Charot. So, paki-open naman po ang ating mga camera so we can see your beautiful and handsome faces and so that the PRC or your school will post your faces kasi nga top-notcher, passer, ayun. And doing his best, gano'n. So, I'm very happy na kasama namin kayo. So, sana patuloy nyo kaming samahan dito, ha? Huwag nyo kaming iwan pag meron na kayong mga review centers or meron na kayong sponsor sa review centers. Yan. So, bakit ayaw nyo magpakita ng inyong mga mukha? So, dalawa po ito na page. So, hindi ko po alam kung sino ang nasa kabila, sino ang nasa kanan. So, kaya rin na lang nating nakasmile. Ay, nakita ko na yung pinaka-favorite ko na coach. Charis! Baka malaman ko sino. Sige po. Sige. Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Wait lang po. Isa pa po. Sa kabilang page. Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayun. Thank you very much po. Pwede na po natin mga isarado ang ating mga cameras. Yan. Pagpatuloy ang ating mga sideline kung meron man. Charot. So, ayan po. Proceed na po tayo sa ating susunod na lecturer. Yon. Ang ating sunod na lecturer ay may malaking parte sa puso ko. Next naman, representing my country. Charot. Representing the University of Southern Mindanao. Ano ba? Tama ba? Representing the... Yan. Basta, nire-representa niya kami dito sa Mindanao. Yan. So, our next lecturer graduated his understudy at University of Southern Mindanao with a BS degree in agriculture, major in plant breeding and genetics last 2003. He finished his master's in public administration at University of Southern Mindanao, Cabacan, Cotabato in 2009. He also finished his master's in plant breeding at UPLB 2018 and is doing his PhD, so soon to be doctor, si ma'am. So, in University of Philippines, Los Baños. Nag-work din siya as faculty member at University of Southern Mindanao and study leave, a cluster head of Cotabato Sugar Central Company, COSOSECO. And achievements, he passed the board exam for agriculturist last 2003, an NC2 organic agriculture production holder, crop production, and pest management, and holds also a test the trainer's methodology level 1. So let us all welcome my coach sa ano yan, Agriquisana na na-COVID kami, kaya hindi na naitupatuloy. So, bigyan natin at pusuan natin si Ma'am Monaira Sumael. Hi, Ma'am Monay. Good afternoon.
Hello,
po.
Reds. Good afternoon. Nice to see you virtually.
Yes.
Yes,
Kaya
thank
nga
you
po,
for having
ma'am.
me here. Hello, everyone. My pleasure, no, to help. Reds, pwede ko na bang okay? So,
Apo, pwede na po, ma'am.
sige. Kasi medyo nakita ko na yung next speaker. So, na-pressure tuloy ako. Sige.
Wag na
Thank you,
pressure, ma'am.
everyone.
Ikaw lang yan.
Of course. Okay, so yun nga, as said earlier by Reds, so kami yung first batch ng Leia. So 2003. So wala pang ganito noon. Mostly talaga bigay lang ko actually parang wala pa rin natang cellphone or may parang keypad lang, 'di ba? So very blessed at saka maswerte yung mga generation natin ngayon kasi ang dami nilang sources ng mga review materials. So aside sa mga ganito, alam ko meron pa yan silang mga ibang sources. So talagang blessed. I think siguro talagang disiplina din Rex, no? Renz, kasi ang daming, sabi ko nga before, parang walang mga different sources, pero parang din yung sa akin, parang advantage kasi walang mga storbo. So talagang study lang before. So my topic this afternoon is crop seed physiology. So kinuha ko ito for one semester. So kinumpress ko ngayon siguro less than an hour or close pero sana hindi. So refresh lang. Tsaka paki-take note yung mga points and then expound nyo na lang pag may time na. So my presentation will include seed importance, seed structure and composition, seed development, maturation, seed germination, and seed dormancy. So, I hope masustain natin kung ano yung energy natin ngayon hanggang mamaya pa sa last na lecture natin. Okay, so let's define first what is seed, di ba? So this is our seed is the dispersal unit, and the main and its main function is to link the plant's succeeding generation. So kumbaga ito yung representative ng seed sa kanyang next na mga generation. So it consists three essential parts. So important parts such as embryo, storage tissue, and then the protective coat or the seed coat. Okay, so, well, of course, it is the source of many primary food for human and animals. So there are two main groups of seed plants. So first is the angiosperm. So the seeds develop within ovary, and then samples are from the family of the Orchidaceae, Compositae, ito yung mga sunflowers. And then sa ating mga legumes, Fabaceae, yung ating mga corn, rice, diba? Tsaka marami pang iba. So when we say angiosperm, 80% of the seed plants belong to the angiosperm group. So the other 20%, more or less, is the gymnosperm, or what we call naked seed. Bakit? So it has no ovaries, no flowers, and no fruits. So seed lang talaga siya, no? So examples are the conifers and the cycads. So parang ito siya ginagamit as ornamental plants. So yun yung ano niya, yun yung mga sample ng ating gymnosperm. So seeds are kumbaga very advanced ang study ng seeds compared to other parts ng plants. Bakit? Because it is more important, or syempre yun yung nakakatulong sa aman. So seeds cultivated as cereals, diba? Kinakain natin or kinoconsume natin. So rice, corn, oats, barley, and then also cultivated as legumes, source ng ating carbohydrates at saka protein. So andyan na yung mga mung bean, broad beans, peanuts, so to speak, no? And then seeds also cultivated for beverages. So cacao, diba, yung ating mga choco milk. And then tea, and then coffee. So, and then also for condiments, are also for spices. So black pepper, anise, mustard, dill. So madami pang iba. Okay. So for their structure and composition, so some seeds are kumbaga hindi nakikita ng naked eye lang. For example, itong world's smallest seed from the family Orchidaceae. So 1/300 of an inch or 85 micrometer long, and then weighs, or ang kanyang timbang is nasa 1/35 million of an ounce, or 0.81 microgram. So ganun siya kaliit. So kailangan mo pa ng mga equipment, di ba, para makita mo lang siya. And then yung pinakamalaki naman na known seed sa plant is from the palm family. So ito yung tinatawag nila na cocodemer or double coconut. So ito 25 kilos. So yung pinaka 25 kilos ang isang seed. So ganun siya kabigat. So compare mo yung 0.81 microgram at saka yung pinakamabigat na 25 kilos na seed. So yung mga earlier slides natin, nagpapakita ng iba't ibang different na seeds. So ano yung napapansin natin, di ba? They are very diverse. So in terms of color, shape, sizes. So yun yung yun yung ating mga seeds. So for its structure, so merong, okay, so first is the embryo. Okay, so it is fertilization of the egg cell in the embryo sac by one of the male pollen tube nuclei. So ito na yung magiging ito na yung source ng magiging radical, di ba? Or ito na yung mga shoot. And then endosperm. So it arises from the fusion of the two polar nuclei in the embryo sac with the other pollen tube nucleus. So dito naman yung kumbaga saan nakita yung food storage or ito yung magiging source ng ating mga seedling or yung mga incoming na seedling. Okay, so perisperm. So development of the nocilius. So there are certain seeds na present ang endosperm, both endosperm at saka perisperm. So they call albuminous kasi mostly ang endosperm, for example, so wheat. So ito yung mga fluid lang, no, fluid content. Tapos sa perisperm naman kagaya ng black pepper, so dry. Pero part pa din sila ng seeds. And then the other part of the essential or important part of the seed is the seed coat or its protective organ. So formed from one or both of the integuments around the ovule. So 70% of all food consumption is from seeds, diba? As I have said earlier, so they consume as cereals, legumes, and then the other 30% na source ng ating food coming from the animal source na ang kinakain din is from seeds. So doon kaya nga importante talaga yung seeds sa human. So there are kumbaga as you have seen in this table kung saan nilalagay o yung major storage organ ng ating mga seeds. Bakit importante ito, 'di ba? Kasi ito yung food storage ng mga incoming na seedlings. So in cereals, the major storage organ is in their endosperm. Same with castor bean at saka oil palm. So I think nakalimutan ko na sample yung kanina na yung seed na may perisperm at saka endosperm, ang sample noon is yung castor bean seed. Okay? So ang major storage organ of the legumes and then also for the rapeseed is in their cotyledon. Okay. So the major storage reserve of most seeds cultivated as food source is carbohydrates in the form of starch. So itong starch na to, there are two kinds. So amylose and amylopectin. Well, I hope may kumbaga yung mga next natin na lecture, mas ma-expound pa to. So okay, so carbohydrates and then fats and oils. So these are the kumbaga yung contain ng ating seeds. So chemically called triacylglycerols. So it is a liquid above about 20 degrees centigrade, insoluble in water and soluble in variety of organic solvents including ether, chloroform and benzene. So the other substance na present sa ating mga seed is itong proteins. So according to Osborne's classification, there are kumbaga proteins are divided into 4. So albumin, when we say albumin, kumbaga siya, soluble in water. And then globulins, it is soluble in salt solution. And then, itong isa is glutealins. So it is soluble in dilute acid or alkali, and then prolamins in aqueous alcohol. Okay, so di ba medyo tayo, isang semester to. Okay, so for the seed development and maturation, so first let's define first what is fertilization. So it is the fusion of pollen and the egg nuclei. So it produces diploid zygote that differentiate or will develop into embryo. So embryogenesis, or the process of embryo development, is accompanied by the production of the storage tissues such endosperm or megagametophyte and the maternal integument layers, which will form later as testa or seed coat. So it is an important or pertinent stage. So hindi siya pwedeng mawala, hindi pwedeng laktawan, ika nga. So pertinent stage in the plant life cycle that is followed by dormancy and germination. So in gymnosperm, so ito yung difference, no, in seed development between gymnosperm at saka angiosperm. So in gymnosperms, only one pollen sperm cell is released from the microspore. But several egg cells are present within the female gametophyte, so each of which may be fertilized. In angiosperms, so male sexual gametes produce in the, saan ba napoproduce? In the anther as pollen. So while the female gametes in the embryo sac of the ovule as egg cells. So in addition, another key feature in angiosperm is the participation of the two male nuclei to effect double fertilization. Again, it is unique, but it also does occur in gymnosperm. So particularly in the family of Netales, so Ephedra and Nethum. So although nag-occur sa kanila yung double fertilization, but with haploid nuclei lang. So walang triploid na nangyayari. Kasi haploid nuclei lang ang double fusion or the double fertilization. Okay, so embryo development. So in Arabidopsis, ito very kumbaga laging ginagamit na sample. So in angiosperm, so after fertilization, so nagkakaroon ng uneven na mitotic division to give rise. Ano ba ang mangyayari? Okay? To form an apical cell at saka itong basal cell. So further division will lead to the formation of the preglobular stage of the suspensor from the basal cell and the proembryo of the apical cell. Okay, so in embryo development and monocot, so nilista ko na lang no 4 na stages, although you can still expound it. So proembryo, the globular stage, the scotillar stage, and the coleoptilar stage. Okay, so in summary, the differences between an embryo of monocot and dicot. So in monocot, the basal cells produces a single-celled suspension, while in dicots, so 6 to 10 celled suspension. And then in monocot, it forms the whole embryo, while in dicot, terminal cell produces the embryo except the radicle. So first division in monocot is transverse, while in dicot, first division of terminal cell is longitudinal. So also, di ba, monocot, so meaning 1 cotyledon, and then the dicot, it possesses 2 cotyledon. And then lastly, plumule is laterally present to excessive growth of single cotyledon, while in dicot, plumule is terminal and is present in between the elongated cotyledon. Okay, so there are 6 plant hormones based on based on the structural similarity and physiological function. So first is the ABA, or the abscisic acid. So its name, kumbaga, ang source is yung mga early works na with influence on the lip abscission. Diba? Kaya siya tinawag na abscisic acid. But recently, it is more ano na siya, ang kumbaga closely related na sa mga responses sa environmental stresses. So ano yung kanyang function, or some of its function are the promotion of the synthesis of some seed storage protein, and then the acquisition of the desiccation tolerance, and then induction and maintenance of dormancy. So yan yung mga function ni ABA. The gibberellins. So ito naman, large group ito siya. So yung gibberellins is based on the gibberellin skeleton. So they are named GA1, GA2, GA3 to GAN. So depending kung ano yung year ng discovery. So syempre, ang first na characterized ang structure is the GA3. So some of its functions are the stimulation of stem elongation by promoting cell division and elongation, and also breaking of seed dormancy to induce germination, and then stimulation of the alpha amylase production for mobilization of the reserves, and then parthenocarpic or the seedless fruit development. Okay, so auxin. So pag sinabing auxin, ano yung unang-unang naiisip natin? So they are kumbaga compounds characterized by their ability to induce cell elongation. So yun nga, kasali sa kanyang function, additional promoting root ionization and lateral roots development, mediation of tropic responses such as bending in response to gravity and light, and regulation of pattern formation in embryogenesis. Okay, so cytokinins or the CK. So it resembles adenine and promote cell division. Ano ba yung pinaka-common na cytokinin kung maalala pa natin? Okay, sige. Well, ang pinaka-common is the zeatin, which is isolated from the corn plant, the zeamase. Okay, so I hope maalala pa natin yon sa ating mga undergrad. Okay, next is the ethylene. So pag sinabi mo naman na ethylene, it is a gaseous compound. So unlike doon sa other plant hormones or plant growth, 'di ba? Siya lang yung gaseous compound. So it is the only member of its class. So ito din yung it has the simplest structure among the plant hormones. Okay, so ano ba yung kanyang gamit? So it stimulates the breaking of seed dormancy. Next is the brasinosteroids or the BR. So it is a polyhydroxyesteroids. Bakit? So present in small amount, pero it has a number of roles in plant development. So such as the stimulation of cell elongation and division and gravitoprism, as well as promoting stress resistance. Okay, so seed maturation. Moving on, our next topic. So seed maturation, it involves organized sequence of changes of event. So from ovule fertilization up to seeds, or to which seeds become independent from parent plant. So it is genetically controlled. Yung uniformity of seed maturation cannot be achieved in a plant population. Diba? So kahit sabihin mo na isang species lang yan, sa isang population, still yung uniformity hindi mo rin ma-achieve. So it divided into 4 phases according to to some literature or some authors. Okay, so these are the, ano yung pinakauna? So germination, the capacity for germination generally develops followed by desiccation tolerance. And then next is the vigor. When we say vigor, ito yung stress resistance and the rapid germination. So yun yung vigor. And then next is the potential longevity in storage increases in the last stages of development. So importante kasi yun, no? Kasi hindi naman lahat nag-harvest, itatanim agad. So yung kanyang longevity in the storage, important yun na quality ng isang seed. So the relative relationship of these four or this, kumbaga, itong quality component na to, it will depend or will vary among species. So the spread in time, okay, so this one, so the spread in time over of which component achieve its maximum value depending upon whether individual seed or a population is being considered. So there are, kumbaga, may species na yung kanyang pag-develop ng germination capability is shorter, kumbaga, sa kanyang pag-develop ng desiccation tolerance. So there are definition for seed germination, different point of view. So in seed physiology, it defines as emergence of radicle through seed coat. So simple as that. So these are the events that commence with imbibition. Yun yung pinaka-start, and then terminate when the radicle cotyledon hypocotyl emerges through the seed coat. So in other point of view naman, sa seed technology, it's the emergence or the development from the seed embryo which indicates the ability of the seed to produce plant under favorable condition. And then may mga other definition pa sa, it is the resumption of the active growth by the embryo resulting in the rupture of the seed coat and the emergence of the new plant or seedling. Okay, so these are the stages of seed development. So first, imbibition or the water uptake. So water penetrates into the embryo and hydrates protein and other colloids. So after that, magkakaroon na ng mga enzyme activation and formation. So leads to increased metabolic activity. So parang may nabanggit kanina yung ating first lecturer about the respiration. So dito nangyayari yon. So next stage is the breakdown of the storage tissue. And then initiation of the embryo growth. And then lastly is yung protrusion of the radicle or the visible germination. So ang cell division will commence after the kumbaga yung complete germination. So what are the requirements of the seed germination? Okay, so first, syempre, water. So seeds water uptake is usually slow at first, then or mabilis, fast at first, then slow down. So pinaka-importante itong water as requirement of seed germination. And then initial water uptake is largely a function of the matrix forces. So physical rather than a metabolic process. And then water is essential for enzyme activation, breakdown, translocation, and utilization of the stored food. Okay, so another requirement or the next requirement is the oxygen. So and other gases. So some seeds better germinate at below 20% of oxygen. Ano yung mga sample? So such as Bermuda grasses, cattail, mga aquatic plant, no, and also rice. So, and then other seeds germinate at, kumbaga, mas higher yung 20% or higher na oxygen such as sunflower and cereals. So, importante din na malaman yung mga requirement para sa germination. Next is the temperature. So, there are optimum or highest germination within the shortest period. So, that is 15 to 30 degrees Celsius. And then maximum is 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. So, may tanong ako, do you think seeds will likely germinate kung below pa nung minimum or nung minimum requirement and then above the maximum requirement? Tingin nyo may germination pa rin ba na mangyayari? Okay, so things to ponder. Okay, so yun. So, as kumbaga answer to that question, chilling injury occurs during imbibition. So somehow, meron, pero ang kumbaga ano na siya, yung mga seeds natin, hindi na rin quality or hindi na makaka-proceed into a young healthy seedling. Kasi ito nga at least in this figure, corkscrew seedling, no, due to chilling injury. So hindi na yes, perhaps meron, pero ano na rin, hindi na rin quality na seedlings. However, kapag naman beyond the maximum temperature, walang seed germination na mangyayari due to protein denaturation. Okay, so hindi na rin makakapag-proceed ng germination. Okay, other requirements. So there are plants na nagre-require ng light before na makaproceed ng germination. So example for these are the lettuce and the tobacco. So kanilang requirement is the red to far red light. Okay, so for the seed dormancy. So seed dormancy is a trait, no, na na-acquire ng mga species kumbaga during evolution. So when we say seed dormancy, it is a temporary failure of a seed to complete germination under favorable condition. So it is important. Bakit? Kasi it will allow for the dispersal of seeds in space and time. Diba? So hindi naman porket ka-harvest mo pwedeng lahat tumubo na, no? So importante din ang seed dormancy kasi kailangan natin na at this time may tutubo and then following meron din. So yun, it allows dispersal. Okay, so seed development the dormancy can be alleviated by a certain environmental factor. So water, temperature, light, chemicals. Okay, so but non-dormant seeds can proceed to germination pag may mga favorable condition na. So seeds may cycle seasonally between dormant and non-dormant. So influenced by both genotype at saka maternal environment then minsan ang dormancy. So there are two categories of dormancy. One is the embryo dormancy, of which properties of the embryo are of principal importance. And then next is the coat-imposed dormancy. So properties of the covering tissues are determinative. So it includes mechanical, chemical, and permeability features, which kumbaga interfere or suppress the seed germination. So germination within the embryo are due to undifferentiated embryo. And then next is the immature embryo. Next is the chemical inhibitors and physiological constraint. So when we say undifferentiated embryo, so sample of that is yung orchid seeds, diba? As I have said earlier, exceptionally small. So usually nasa 0.1 to 0.2 micrometer wide, and then 0.2 to 0.1 micrometer long. So the embryos may consist less than 100 cells. So kung ganyan kaliit, so they do not contain a sufficient food to support the seedling or to support germination. So ano usually nangyayari doon? So di ba yung mga orchid seeds, it necessitates the utilization of the exogenous sources of nutrition from higher plants or from mycoheterotrophs or the fungal association. Yung bang napapansin natin, yung mga orchids natin, di ba parang minsan naka-ano lang sa trees, naka-anchor. So, yun din yung kanilang sources na kanilang ano tawag dito, reserves for growth. So, additional, orchid seeds have no endosperm. So, imagine, no, yung parang plastic balloon na yung seed coat, it embraces the air filled like a, kumbaga, the air between the air-filled space between the embryo at saka yung seed coat or the testa. Okay. So next is the immature embryo. So although some seeds complete morphogenetic phase with fully differentiated embryo, pero they do not appear to enter maturation phase. So therefore, they did not expand and accumulate food reserves. So ito yung mga seeds naman na may malalaking endosperm, large amount of endosperm, of which kumbaga yung small na embryo embedding the endosperm. So example is yung coffee, no? So pag i-open mo yung coffee, ang hirap hanapin kung nasaan yung kanya embryo. So ang laki-laki ng endosperm niya, pero yung embryo parang kailangan mo pa ng microscope minsan. Okay, so yun yung mga reason kung bakit mahirap mag-germinate, no, yung itong ating mga seeds na may ganitong feature. So chemical inhibitors. So there are also presence of inhibitory substances in the cotyledons that are transported to the radicle where growth is inhibited. Okay, so example, may mga, yun nga, ang apple seed, yung apple seeds, hirap din siya na ipa-germinate. It is due to apple cotyledon contain abscisic acid. So, kaya kailangan gumawa ka pa ng paraan para mas madali siyang maka-germinate. No, matanggal or ma-minimize yung kanyang abscisic acid. And then, physiological constraint. So it used to denote a reversible type of dormancy that is located in embryo. So it's central to the phenomenon of seasonal dormancy cycling of seeds in the soil. Ito naman example like yung GA balance, di ba yung GA, gibberellic acid at saka yung ABA balance. So pag sinabi na medyo mas madami yung ang ABA kasi, di ba, parang siya yung ng dormancy. And then ang GA, ito na yung sa seed or sa cell development or yung elongation. So yung balance ng GA at saka ABA, ito yung sample ng physiological constraint. So how to overcome seed dormancy? Para kumbaga proceed tayo ng germination. So usually ang problema, 'di ba, yung mga hard seededness, yung seed coat mismo. So use of solvents, scarification, impaction, extreme cold or heat can overcome seed dormancy. So meron tayong mga laboratory exercises before, 'di ba, yung mga usual ginagamit ng nail cutter, diba? Parang pinapuncture yung mga hard seed coat para lang makaproceed ng germination. And then gaseous impermeability. So rupturing of pericarp using needle. So alternating temperature. So it could also overcome seed dormancy. Use of the 0.2% potassium nitrate, pre-chill treatment, light, increasing partial, oxygen pressure, or combination of this treatment. Diba? Kasi may mga seeds na kailangan nito. Like for example, yung light. Diba? So may mga seeds na required ang light. So embryo dormancy, stratification, acid scarification, and warm temperature. So these are the ways how to overcome seed dormancy. And then also for the inhibitors, so leaching or soaking in water. So usually yung seed kailangan hugasan lang para lang matanggal yung mga presence of inhibitors, chemical inhibitors. Okay, so these are the main references of these lectures. So I hope nakatulong. I know medyo talagang very kumbaga compressed. So sana maski pa paano may maitulong. And that's bawi tayo dito sa next or sa next part, which is the question and answer portion. So that ends my topic. Renz?
Ayun. Thank you very much, ma'am. Grabe, ang dami kong naalala. Format pa lang ng PowerPoint. Diyos ko. Remember ko yung aking pagiging estudyante. Ma'am, thank you very much, ma'am. Kung may question po tayo, ay pwede nating i-raise kay ma'am muna lang ngayon. Diba? We're happy na kasama ka namin, ma'am. Buti nga nakausap ka ni Brian. Ako, nahihiya pa ako.
Opportunity to. Opportunity na, di ba, makatulong.
Yes, opo. True naman. Ay kung sa lahat, si Ma'am Monay, pag na-under kayo sa kanya, lalo na nung naging coach ko siya, hindi kanya papagutumin. May dalaw-dalang parati yan siyang pagkain para sa mga quizzers niyan. Ganyan niya kami kamahal. Kaya, thank you very much, Ma'am, sa iyong time and sa pag-coach sa akin kahit hindi tayo natuloy. Sayang.
Welcome, Renz. Thank you din.
Ayun, parang feeling ko wala naman silang katanungan, ma'am. If ever naman na may tanong, ay i-chat ka na lang po namin, send namin sa iyo at type na lang at send back na lang sa amin yung mga sagot, ma'am. Okay lang po ba ng ganun po, ma'am?
Yes, okay lang. Ano lang ako,
Opo.
one chat away.
Opo. Baka ngayon pa lang nila na-absorb yung mga information na yun, di ba? Kasi medyo mabigat yung una, tapos andito pa yung sa'yo na mabigat din. So, baka pinoprocess pa nila, ma'am. So, if ever na wala ng katanungan, wala tayong katanungan for now, i-chat nyo lang po kami. So, let's proceed. So, ma'am, same certificate also, certificate of appreciation is proudly presented to you, ma'am. Ma'am Monaira Sumael, signed by us. Rans J. Caducoy, organizer. Felix S. Valdez, organizer. And Brian Angelo Sustrina, head organizer. Pusuan naman natin si ma'am, di ba? Yung pwede. Yan. Thank you very much, ma'am. At sana soon magkita tayo. Yes. Thank you po. Yan. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, siguro ay magkaroon muna tayo ng 2-minute break. Yan. Break muna tayo, di ba? Usap-usap muna tayo. Baka meron kayong gustong sabihin sa akin. Ngayon na ang pagkakataon. 2 minutes. 2 minutes before tayo magsisimula. Hala ka. Yes, 2 minutes. Yan. Wala kayong katanungan for me? Grabe naman. Diyos ko.
Ay, sir, ano lang
Wala ba kayo?
pagdadagdag. Yung na-discuss ni ma'am, may portions doon na na-discuss na last review. Di ba yung sa mga
Opo.
hormones?
Gibberellins, opo. Hormones, yes. Opo. Na natakal niya ulit. Yes. Pahapyaw. Diba? Yes po. Ano po? Ay, ko. Just, wait lang po. Yan.
Reds, may tanong ako.
Kumusta? Yes po, ma'am.
Yung ating first lecturer kanina sabi niya, yung ano daw, yung test paper, pwedeng parang lagyan ng ano ko yung mga exam, not, pwede bang magsulat na sa ating test paper?
Ay, sa test questionnaire lang po, ma'am. Yung
Okay.
answer sheet ay dapat malinis at walang bahid na ano.
Yes. Kasi, okay.
Opo. Diyos ko, nagka-problema nga ako dun sa papel ko that time. Nagkaroon yun ng alam mo ba yung, basta yung parang daan ng ballpen. Kasi madiin akong magsulat. Ipinailalim ko sa test questionnaire. Pagtingin ko, ay bakit may ganito? So ayun, namroblema ako ano magiging result ng board exam. Kaya, kailangan prepare yung minds, tsaka before talaga anong gawin ay tignan ko ano magiging consequence. Lalo na kapag ipatong lang. So, ako ang ginawa ko noon after noon ay nilagay ko muna sa clear envelope para hindi masira, hindi makuso, hindi matapakan, ganyan. Yes. Yun lang naman. So, if wala na tayong katanungan, let's proceed and tapos na rin ang ating break. Let's proceed for our next lecturer. Yan. So our next lecturer graduated at Cavite State University with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, major in Horticulture in 2009. He also graduated the Masters in Cavite State University in 2017 in Agricultural, Masters in Agriculture, major in Farming Systems. So work experience, he became an agriculture technician in Emilio Aguinaldo College, an agriculturist of Immaculate Conception Academy, and currently an instructor at Cavite State University. Ating pong pusuan at palapakan si Sir Jefferson Mojica. Hi sir, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po. Dinig po ako, sir.
Yes po sir, didig ka po namin.
Opo, salamat po. So, maraming salamat po dito sa opportunity po na ito na po para makatulong po dito po sa ating review. Salamat po.
Welcome po sir.
Sir, please. Ito na po.
Kita na po sir. Okay na po.
So yung naibigay po sa akin na topic po ni Brian po ay about sa planting system and planting density. So ito po yung aking topic po. So planting pattern or tinatawag din siyang planting system. Ano po? So it defines as spatial arrangement of tree in the orchard or plantation. So there are many planting patterns that are applicable to fruit and plantation crops. So hindi lang naman ito ginagamit po sa fruit and plantation crops. So ginagamit din po ito minsan sa mga vegetables din po or other plants. So planting density. So planting density is defined as the number of plants per unit area. So more on computation po tayo dito ngayon. So ayun po. So yung number one po na example or number one types ng planting system ay yung square system po. So ano po ba yung square system? So it has four sides of equal lengths It is the simplest and most common planting pattern. So kung mapapansin nyo po dito po sa picture, so makikita nyo po na square siya, and then lahat po ng distance niya ay the same po. So ito po yung kanyang formula. So NP it is equals to ito po muna yung ating ibig sabihin po ng NP, yung number of plants, and then yung A is equals to area, and then yung S squared na nandyan po ay yung square of planting distance. So yan po yung kanyang formula. So number of plants is equals to area over S squared, o yung kanyang planting distance. So yan po yung ating square system. Po. Yan. So ito po yung example po niya, ano po. So how many plants are needed to plant in an area measuring 500 meter long and 100 meter wide using square system. So if plants will be planted 2 meter apart each way. So gagawin lang din susundan lang po natin yung ito po yung ating formula. So number of plants is equals to area over S squared po. O yung kanyang planting distance. So ito po. So gagawin lang naman po natin dito. So 500 meter, imumultiply lang po natin siya dito sa 100 meter. So para labasan po niya ay 50,000 square meter. And then yung planting distance naman po kasi 2 meters naman siya kasi all ng sides niya po ay same po yung distance niya. So 2 meters po. So 2 times 2, so 4. So ito po yung kalalabasan niya. So 50,000 divided by 4 is equals to 12,500 plants per 50,000 square meter or 5 hectares. So ang conversion po niyan, so kung 10,000 po per, ang equivalent po ng 10,000 square meter ay 1 hectare po. So yan po yung example ng computation po niya. So mas madali-dali po itong square system po. Yan. And then yung number 2 po ay yung rectangular system. So plants are planted at the corners of rectangle. Kung mapapansin nyo po, so dito sa picture niya, so may dalawang sides na magkatulad po yung distance, pero may dalawang sides naman po na magkaiba po yung distance niya. So ito naman po yung kanyang formula, ano po. So number of plants is equals to area over then nakita niyo naman po D1 times D2. So yung NP po is equal to number of plants, and area is equal to area, yung letter A. And then yung D1 is equals to distance between rows. And then yung D2 po ay distance between hills within the row. So for example po, ito po yung inyong rows. So ito po yung inyong D1. Tapos po yung distance between hills or yung within the row. So ito po yung dito. So maalin po sa dalawa kung ano po ba yung inyong row, yung inyong pong row dyan. So yun din naman po yung kanyang formula po. So area over V1 times V2 po. Yan. Okay, so ito po yung kanya example po. So if trees will be planted 2 meter between hills and the rows are set for 4 meters apart, so how many trees are needed to plant a hectare of land? So ang ginamit po natin dito is yung rectangular method po o yung planting system. So yan naman po. So almost parang katulad lang din po siya nitong square system. So nagkaiba lang po siya kasi nga po meron pong dalawa po doon or yung planting distance na magkaiba po. Kung mapapansin niyo po yung rectangular na picture kanina. So yun din naman po. So for example, 1 hectare lang naman po yung ano dyan. So dapat po pala dapat marunong tayo dito mag-convert ng for example yung length. So kasi kalimitan po ang ginagamit po lagi ay meters. Kaya lang po nasubukan ko na rin po ito. Kaya lang po kapag ginamit na po sa exam ay mga feet or foot. So centimeter, inch, tapos i-convert po doon ah, sa meter. So nahihirapan na po yung mga bata. Kasi nasanay na po na laging meters or yun po yung ginagamit po palagi. So kasi syempre bawal naman po nga magkaroon po tayo ng conversion period na may nakasulat po. So dun po minsan medyo nagiging mahirap po yung pagkasagot po pagdating po dito sa computation po ng planting depth. Ayan po, hindi, the number of plants is equals to 10,000 square meter over yung kanyang D1 and then D2, yung 2 times 4. So 2 times 4 is equals to 8. So 10,000 divided by 8 square meter is equals to, ayan po, so 1,250 plants per hectare. So wag niyo pong kakalimutan po palagi yung unit. Dapat po siya ay kompleto. At the same time po, dapat ay whole numbers po. So hindi po pwedeng maging at 1,250.3 or 0.4. So dapat po ay whole number po. Kasi kapag nagtanim naman tayo, hindi man pwedeng 0.5. So hindi man pwedeng kalahati lang ng halaman or yung distance niya ay kalahati na lang ng percento. So yun po. So next po ay yung equilateral triangular or tinatawag din po siyang hexagonal system. So trees are planted equidistant to one another from every direction to form an equilateral triangle. So this way, 6 trees form a hexagon with a 7 tree in the center. So kung mapapansin niyo po dito sa picture, so nakabuo po siya ng hexagon. So meron po siyang, ayan. Ayan, so 6 parts po siya. Ayan, and then meron po din siyang plants na nakatanim din po sa gitna. Pero ang kagandahan po dito sa hexagonal po or hexagonal system, kasi yun po yung kalimitan na tawag sa kanya. So lahat po ng yung triangle po ay lahat ng distance po niya ay magkakatulad po or tinawag din, kaya po siya tinawag na equilateral triangular po. Sa lahat po ng distance ng tatsulok na po yung triangle ng triangle, so magkakasame lang po yung kanyang distance. So ito naman po yung kanyang formula po. So planting distance is equals to area of farm over S squared times 0.866. So ayan po, nakalagay naman po. So ayan, yun pa din. So ang madadagdag lang po ay yung 0.866. So nakalagay dyan is constant. Ibig sabihin po, hindi po ito pwedeng baguhin or bawasan or dagdagan. So fixed na po siya, yung 0.866. Ayan po. Yan. So yun. So ito po yung example niya. So plants will be set 5 meters apart. So how many plants are needed to plant in 200 meter by 200 meter land using hexagonal system. So yun din po. So yung area po niya, so 200 meter times 200 meter is equals to 40,000 square meter or 4 hectares po. Kung i-convert sa hectares, and then yung kanyang planting distance po, kasi automatic po kung ito lang po yung kanyang distance, so 5x 5 or equivalent po siya ng S. So ita-times niyo lang po siya. So S squared, so 5 times 5 is equals to 25. And then uunahin niyo po muna to. So minsan kasi nagkakabaliktad po or nauuna po. For example, 40,000 i-divide muna doon sa 25 tapos ita-times sa 0.866. So hindi po. So unahin po muna natin to. So 25 times 0.866 is equals to 21.65. So tsaka pa lang po natin i-divide yung 40,000 divided by 21.65. So ayan po. So is equals to 1,848 plants per 400 per 4 hectares. So kung convert po natin siya ay kung 40,000 square meter. So tinanggal ko na po yung unit dito para hindi na po mapa. Pero dapat po kompleto po siya kapag sinagutan po yung unit. So wag niyo pong kakalimutan yung ito po yung nasa dulo niya, yung plants per hectare po, or 1,848 plants per 4 hectares. Yan po. Kasi minsan pag pinapexam po to sa mga bata yung walang unit, so -1 po sila. So yun po. So dito naman tayo sa quincunx system. So makes use of square system with an additional or flip tree in the center. So the hill at the center intended for another crop or variety is called pillar crop. So kung mapapansin niyo po siya, so para din po siyang square system, kaya lang po may nakatalim na po siya dito sa gitna. Ayan. So ito po yung formula niya. So number of plants is equals to A over S squared din. So para din siyang formula dun sa square. And then makapadagdag lang po ito. Yung L over S. And then L over S minus 1. Yung L po yung length. And then yung S po yung kanina po yung distance po niya. Minus 1 and then width. Yung W po and then over S minus 1 po. So ito po yung sample niya. So using a quincunx system, so how many plants will be accommodated in an area of 500 meter long and 100 meter wide? The plants will be set for 20 meters apart. So gamit ko dito yung quincunx, so yan po. So kailangan muna natin makompute yung mapapansin nyo, ito po muna yung A over S squared niya po. So ang kalalabasan niya po ay 125 plants. Ito na po yung katumbas po ng square planting system niya. And then yung length po niya is 500. So divided by 20. So yun po kasi yung kanyang S niya or yung planting distance niya na magkatulad lang naman po sa width niya o parang siyang square po. So isa nga po siyang square and then yan po. So 500 divided by 20, so equals 25. So minus 1 is equals to 24 po. And then 100 divided by 20. So ito po yung width naman niya. So is equals to 5 minus 1 is 4. Sagot po. And then ito din po. So ayan na po yung automatic. So ito po yung sa square nyo. Ipa-plus nyo po siya. Pero kailangan nyo pong i-multiply yung 24 na nakuha nyo po doon sa isa dito po. So ito po. So i-multiply nyo lang po siya. Ano po yung nakuha nyo sagot. And then ito po. So 24 times 4 equals to 96. So 125 plus 96 is equals to 221 plants per 5 hectares po. Kasi 50,000 square meter po yung kanyang pinaka-area po. So yan po yung quincunx. And then dito naman po tayo sa triangular system. So medyo yung iba, ito nung una medyo nalito din ako kasi according sa mga books, itong triangular system parang katulad lang ng hexagonal system. So nung una nag-research din ako. So iba pala yung triangular tsaka doon sa hexagonal. Kasi kalimitan pag sinabing triangular ang iniisip din ay ano yan, hexagonal din siya. So magkaiba po pala yan mga triangular tsaka yung hexagonal po. So ang keyword lang po kasi dito itong triangular po. So it is based on the principles of isosceles triangle. So ano po ba yung isosceles triangle? So pag sinabi pong isosceles triangle, so dahil siya po ay triangle, yung dalawang parts po doon ay yung distance niya po ay magkatulad. Pero yung isa po doon or dun sa, for example, dito sa, ito po yung kanyang diagram. So ano po, for example, ito po yung distance niya. Itong dalawang to, maaring magkatulad po yung kanyang planting distance, pero pagdating po dito sa isang parte na ito, so ibang distance na po ito. Kaya po siya tinawag or nakabase po dito sa isosceles triangle. Hindi katulad po doon sa yung hexagonal planting system na lahat po ng sides ng triangle ay magkakatulad po yung planting distance. So ito po yung kanyang formula po. So planting distance is equals to area of farm over S squared times 1.118. So parang kung mapansin niyo, para din po siya parang katulad lang din po ng na hexagonal. Kaya lang naiba lang po itong numbers na ito. Kung kanina po ay 0.866, ngayon naman po ay 1.118. So constant po yan. Ibig sabihin, hindi po siya pwedeng baguhin or dagdagan or bawasan po. So fixed na po siya. So yan din po area. So kailangan nyo po munang makompute itong S squared. And then, itatimes po sa 1.118. Tsaka pa lang po natin, for example, ang area of farm niya is 10,000 square meter. So, tsaka po lang, pag nakuha nyo na po yung pinakasagot dito po sa ilalim, so, tsaka po lang po natin siya i-divide. So, for example, hindi ko na po ito nabigyan kasi na example kasi katulad lang din po siya halos nitong ito po ng hexagonal system. So, parang mangyayari ganito din po ang kalalabasan. Kaya lang po, dito po ay, ano na siya, 1.118 na po yung gagamitin. So, yun po. So, meron po akong sample question dito. So siguro mga 5 minutes, pwede tayong mag-sample or pwede po kayong mag-compute na tatlo lang naman itong nilagay ko sa ilalim na kailangan nyo pong sagutan, yung square, quincunx, and hexagonal planting. So pwede nyo po siyang subukan po kung gusto nyo po. So pagka-iintay lang po ako ng mga 5 minutes para masubukan po natin. So, mag-test po kayo, mag-compute po. So, mga 5 minutes po. Para ma-reveal ko din po yung magiging sagot po. After po, tingnan po natin kung sino po yung compute po ng tama po. So, wait po tayo mga 5 minutes.
My baby.
Okay na po ba? May nakapagsagot na po ba? Nakatapos na po ba? O tingnan niyo lang po kung tama po itong sagot po natin, kung magkatulad po or almost the same po. Meron kasi baka magkaiba tayo ng ano po doon sa pagkaka-round off. Yan. So yan po yung answers. So sa number 1, doon sa square system po, yan po yung sagot po. So 100 plants per hectare kasi 10,000 square meter po yun. And then number 2 po yung 176 plants per hectare. And then number 3 po yung 116 plants per hectare po. Yan. So yun po. Yun. So sa Queen Kangs po, ang sagot po dyan na ito po yung 160 plants. And then yung sa hexagonal po, ang sagot po dyan na ito po. O yung Queen Kangs po ay 176 plants per hectare. Yung sa hexagonal po ay yung 160 plants per hectare. So yun lang po. So, tapos na po. So, maraming salamat po.
And thank you very much, sir, sa lecture mo about planting system and planting density. Ngayon po ay kung mayroon po kayong katanungan, ay maaari nyo na pong itanong, sir. Kung meron kayong may mga bumabagabag or hindi kayo naintindihan sa kanyang lecture.
Baka may question po.
Parang wala naman ata. If ever na may question, ay pwede nyo po kaming i-chat at amin pong ibibigay kay sir at ipapasa na lang po namin ang sagot ni sir para sa inyo. Kami na po ang may bibigay kung ginagras niyo pa. Sa bagay, ito ay solving pag alam niyo naman kung mag-identify ng mga given ay sure na tama yung sagot na mapipili niyo sa board exam. Ganun lang naman yun. Yeah.
So, yun lang. So, medyo mahirap lang talaga po dyan yung conversion. Kasi mostly po yung mga student nasasanay po, lalo na po yung medyo mga second year, third year, nasanay po kasi sila ng pag nag-exam po ay talagang laging meters po yung ginagamit. So kapag medyo naiba na po, pag ginawa na po siyang centimeter, foot or feet, and then mga millimeter, minsan ginagawa ko pang millimeter para malaman ko din kung alam nila kung paano mag-convert po ng leg po. So yun lang po. So maraming salamat.
Yes. Maraming salamat. Grabe si sir. Nakakatakot si sir. Hanggang millimeter. No? 10,000 na ata yun. 10,000 is equivalent to 1 meter. Ay, hindi. 1 kilometer. If not mistaken. Diyos ko. Ang daming kailangan memorize. Sa bagay, totoo naman po yung sinabi ni Sir about conversion dahil nag-convert po kami last last exam kasi in centimeters iyon at kailangan in meters. So, watch out po tayo sa mga ganong tanong. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and for teaching us how to solve plant densities. So,
Thank you
yan.
po.
Let me award to you your certificate of appreciation. Proudly present to you, Sir Jefferson Mojica, in recognition of his outstanding contribution as volunteer for sharing knowledge during Padayon Hiraya Manawari Free Leia Review Session on February 27, 2022. Signed by Renz Caducoy, signed by Felix S. Valdez, and signed by Brian Angelo Sustrina. Maraming salamat po, sir.
Okay po. Thank you po.
Yeah. Yun. Down na lang tayo sa ating dalawang topics for this afternoon. And let's proceed, no? Let's proceed for our next lecturer. So our next lecturer is a graduate of agriculture. Yan. He topped the board exam in 2019, top 8 specifically. He had, I think, Masters of Science in Horticulture, minor in Soil Science, yes. And he is currently instructor of Department of Horticulture, Visayas State University, and a member of 2020 Sukaka Preview for licensure exam for agriculturists. So let us welcome Sir Malvin Datan for our land preparation topic. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. Correction lang po, sa post-harvest po yung topic ko.
Okay, sorry. Ayun po,
Okay lang po.
post-harvest. Opo.
So,
Sorry, sir, hindi po.
Okay lang po. So, allow me to share my screen.
Yes.
Nakita na po ba yung presentation ko?
Yes po, sir. Kitang-kita na po.
Okay po. So, let's start. So, once again, good afternoon. So, this afternoon, I was tasked to handle the lecture for post-harvest handling. So, first and foremost, what is post-harvest handling? So, actually, post-harvest handling is the practical application of the different fundamental processes in biological samples. No? So, for example, we have there the respiration, transpiration, and other cellular activities. No? So another thing is that post-harvest are a series of procedures, no, or operations that are undertaken to make sure that the harvested crops or the commodity is undergoing the desired rate of development, and the quality is maintained during those times from harvest until marketing and distribution. No? So in post-harvest, there are some consequences, no, in improper handling. So it is very obvious naman siguro na pag hindi natin na handle ng maayos yung ating mga commodities, especially during yung fresh pa sila, is may mga undesirable effects. For example, we have product losses due to quality decay or physical damage, no? And then high cost and low profits. No? So if you are handling products and then they are not efficiently handled, no? This will result in additional cost, no, for maintaining the products, no, for transportation alone, for storage, and for packaging, no. And then loss of market opportunities. You will obvious naman to na pag hindi maganda yung dating ng product mo is hindi siya mabebenta, and then low competitiveness, no. So it is another effect, no, of improper post-harvest handling. So excuse me. So in post-harvest handling, we have this is called triangle of interactions. No, so we have the environment, no, and then the commodity, and then the handling system. Now, when we say the environment, it is the external surroundings, no, of the or the conditions of the area where you are undertaking your post-harvest procedures. And then the commodity, this one is about the characteristics of the product. No, if what are the inherent features of that particular product. So, for example, in mangoes, mangoes are climacteric, which we'll discuss later. No, so they are easily damaged when they are ripe, and then they are mangoes are tropical fruits, which means that they are not suitable for cold storage or low temperature storage. No, so another thing is that the handling system. No, how are you handling your product? No, so this involves the human aspect of the post-harvest handling. No, so we have there the environment, the external aspect, the commodity, the characteristic of a product, and then the human factor, which is the handling system, and also the technology that is being used during that management. No, so another thing to consider in post-harvest handling is that there are 3 key processes during this activity. So we have the respiration, transpiration, and then the ethylene metabolism. No, so these 3 processes interact with each other, which results to the state of the commodity. So I think we have already discussed sa respiration that respiration is basically a catabolic activity which results to the breakdown of food reserves. No, for example, sugars, fats, organic acids, no, to carbon dioxide, water, energy, and other byproducts. No, so this means that during this the post-harvest handling of commodities, no, products undergo respiration, which means that there is a gradual reduction of the stored food reserves, no, of the commodity, of the product that you are storing or you're handling. No, so this means that over time, no, there is diminishing storage of mga reserves. No, for example, carbohydrates, no, proteins are also breakdown during respiration. No, if the carbohydrates are already depleted, and also fats, no, they are converted to ATP. No, so why is this happening? No, so since we are dealing with biological samples here, in order for the cells, no, to survive during storage, no, they need the energy. No, so this means that the commodity itself, no, must expend those stored energy in the form of carbohydrates and other macromolecules to produce energy, no, to sustain the activity of the cells. No, so if there is no respiration, this will result to post-harvest disorders such as necrosis, decay, and what they call this mga undesirable flavors of the commodity. No, so this one right here, we have here the basic equation, no, for aerobic respiration. No, so moving on. So there are several factors that affect the respiration rate. No, so we have there the external and the internal factors. No, so first is the internal factors. We have there the type of tissue or organ. So depending on the organ or the commodity that you're dealing with, they have different rates of respiration. No, so in the market, no, there are diverse products that are available. We have leafy vegetables, we have root vegetables, we have fruits, no, and then even flowers, no, are being used or being sold, no, in market. No, so there are different forms of fruits, vegetables, and other harvested agricultural commodities. No, so depending on the type of the the organ or the tissue of that particular commodity, the respiration rate will also differ. No, so for example, fruits, leaves, no, have higher rate of respiration compared to fruits and roots. No, so one thing that is interesting is that during post-harvest storage or post-harvest handling, no, even though the leaves, no, are photosynthetic, no, the photosynthetic the contribution of photosynthesis to the overall survival of the leafy vegetables is not significant compared to the contributions of the respiration to the survival of the cells during this period. No, so this means that even though the leaves are able to photosynthesize, no, they are still dependent on the energy production capability of the respiration process to ensure that the cells are being provided with the amount of energy that it needs to operate. No, and then another thing is that product size. No, so bigger size means less respiration rate. No, so this has something to do with the surface area. No, so and then another thing is that aside from surface area is that bigger size products have more storage materials. No, which means that their respiration rate is can be sustained for longer periods of time compared to smaller products which has smaller storage capabilities. No, and then we have the stages of development. No, so young leaves are more active in respiration compared to older leaves. No, so this is because younger leaves has not yet developed enough chloroplast to enable it to photosynthesize efficiently, so it is dependent on respiration. No? And then younger leaves have also undergoing rapid cellular growth, no? Which requires a lot of respiratory activity in order for it to survive. And then in fruits, no, actually this is not only limited to fruits but also in some vegetables. It will depend on their classification based on their respiratory activity. So we have two types of respiratory activity. We have the climacteric and then the non-climacteric. So the climacteric fruits are those fruits that ripen and has an increased respiration rate. No, there is a burst in respiration rate due to the increase of ethylene biosynthesis during ripening. No, and then the production of ethylene in the climacteric fruits is also known as the orthocatalytic phase. No, so this is the stage of this particular groups of fruits that there is a feedback effect. No, so there is an increase in respiration, which results in which is accompanied by the increase in ethylene production, which results again in further ripening of the fruit, which is accompanied by respiration, and then release again of ethylene. No? So parang may loop lang siya, no, na paulit-ulit, which means that to a certain extent, no, there is a rise in the release of ethylene and what do you call this? And then the rate of respiration. No, so the problem with climacteric fruits is that when the rise of respiration is high, no, so it will result in the faster depletion of what do you call this, storage materials. No, so for example, in fruits, the sugars, no, that are used, no, in respiration. And then the opposite of climacteric fruits is the non-climacteric fruits. No, so this has a different ripening pattern compared to climacteric fruits. No, so one of the distinct characteristics of this group is that they do not produce, or they do not have a peak ethylene production or respiration during ripening. No, so after harvesting, no, there is a steady decline in the rate of respiration and ripening process, because the ethylene production is not so high compared to climacteric fruits. No, so here we have a visual representation, no, of the production or the respiration rate and then the ethylene production of climacteric fruits versus non-climacteric fruits. No, so here we can see that the respiration rate will will increase to a certain extent, and then it will gradually go downhill from there due to the depletion of the material or the storage materials that is used for respiration. And then in contrast, non-climacteric fruits has a respiration rate that is steadily decreasing until it flatlines to a certain point. So non-climacteric fruits are not able to ripen after harvesting. So if you are dealing with non-climacteric fruits, you have two options. You will wait for it to ripen in the mother plant, or you will apply artificial application of ethylene to accelerate its ripening. And then the ripening, the respiration rate of different these climacteric and non-climacteric fruits are the determinants of the of the perishability rate of the commodity. So if the fruit or the vegetable has a very high respiration rate, so it has very low storage life. So it has high perishable. It is highly perishable. And then vice versa. So that's how respiration affects the longevity of storage life of different fruits and vegetables, and other commodities that are harvested. And then external factors. So we have mechanical damage and products sanitary condition. So mechanical damage will result to stress, which will result to release of stress hormones, which is the ethylene. So when the ethylene is released, so there is a rapid or higher rate of respiration. And then product sanitary condition. So if there are some pathogens in the product, it will also result to stress, which will result to higher respiration. And then temperature. So respiration is driven by enzymatic reactions. So the higher the temperature, the faster the enzymes will operate, which means that the faster the respiration will proceed. And then atmospheric composition. So the different ratio of gases in the atmosphere can also affect the respiration. When there is higher oxygen and then lower carbon dioxide ratio, this will result to higher respiration. And then in the opposite, if there is a lower oxygen and then higher CO2 concentration, the respiration will proceed slowly. And then physical barriers. So this is an extension to the atmospheric composition. So when you have physical barriers, you can control the amount of gases that are found between the barrier and the commodity. So this will result to lower respiration rate. So here, temperature can affect the respiration. So every 2 to 3-fold increase in, for every 10 degrees, rise in temperature, there is a 2 or 3-fold increase in respiration. So that's how temperature affect the respiratory rate of the commodities. And then I have discussed this earlier. So the different ratios of CO2 and O2 can affect the respiration. And then another thing is that when the oxygen is too low, anaerobic respiration will occur. So I think we have discussed this earlier. And then when there is an anaerobic respiration, so this means that there is a fermentation which produces byproducts such as ethanol, which is not desirable for products for commodities such as fruits and vegetables, unless you are producing wine or other alcoholic beverage. But if you are producing, or if you are storing the products for fresh consumption, it is not ideal because it will result to undesirable taste in the product. And then I've already mentioned this. So we have high CO2 retarded respiration, and then however too much CO2 is harmful. So so the the knowledge, no, in maintaining the oxygen and the carbon dioxide ratio is very important in storing different commodities. No, so different commodities have different thresholds for oxygen and carbon dioxide. So you must learn this, no, in order to efficiently store the product. And then we have transpiration. So transpiration is the leading cause of weight loss, no, in fruits and vegetables, no. So remember, no, fruits and vegetable is mostly 80 to 90% water, no. So if there is a rapid transpiration, this will result to different scenarios, no. So we have their shriveling, weight loss, undesirable flavor, and other things, no. So loss of water vapor, no, from the product's area, exposed area to the air through the stomates and other avenue of or the release of pores of the plants, no, on fruits and vegetables could result to transpiration, no. So excessive transpiration will result to shriveling and wrinkling, and then even browning, no. And then in fresh fruits and vegetables, no, vitamin C is noticeably degraded, no, with the excessive transpiration rate, no? And then also senescence is also accelerated due to the process of transpiration, no? So internal factors, we have there the species and variety. So for example, rambutan, no. So there are some rambutan that has shorter spin turns, no. So yung parang buhok ng rambutan. Those particular organs of the or structures of the fruit is responsible for the most of the transpiration process that are found there, no, because it increases the surface area of the fruit, no. So based on the number of spin turns and the length of the spin turns of rambutan, no, you can identify, no, if it could transpire faster or slower, no. So kung mapapansin nyo sa mga market, pag nakita nyo yung rambutan na medyo brown na yung spin turns niya, malalaman nyo na hindi na talaga siya fresh, and then malamang marami ng water na na-transpire sa fruit mismo, no? And then type of tissue, no? So there are some tissues that are covered with protective layer such as cuticle, and also waxy layer in fruits such as the bloom, no? So depending on the type of tissue, no, if the presence and absence of these particular layers, no, transpiration will vary. And then integrity and sanitary product condition, no? So also when we say integrity, if the outer surface of the product is still intact, no, wala ba siyang damage, wala bang mga leaking, so that's how they affect the transpiration rate. And then external factors, this is the driving force for transpiration. We have the relative humidity. No, so when we say relative humidity, it is the percentage of the vapor that is found in the air, water vapor that is found in the air. No, so when there is higher relative humidity, this means that there is less room for water to vaporize. No, which means that there is less transpiration. No, and then vice versa. And then also temperature can affect transpiration. No? So higher temperature will encourage faster evaporation, no, and also transpiration, and also air movement, no. So altitude is also another factor, because with higher altitude there is also lower relative humidity, no. So it is all in connection with the relative humidity, and then the physical barriers, no. So physical barriers protect the plant or the commodity, no, from the external relative humidity, no, by while maintaining parang native or localized high relative humidity na space, no. So that's how boundary layers in plants work, no. So if you can remember, no, we have there the boundary layer, which is a portion of the or a space between the leaves, no, na mataas yung relative humidity, which allows the plant to transpire less, no. And then the ethylene metabolism. So climacteric fruits are sensitive to ethylene, no, and produce larger quantities of ethylene in association with their ripening. No? So as I mentioned earlier, the autocatalytic phase, no, or the autocatalysis. No? So when climacteric fruits are producing ethylene, no, the tendency is that it will affect other fruits, no, and then this will also result in production of ethylene. So there will be a buildup of ethylene, no, ethylene in an area, which results to faster ripening. And then non-climacteric fruits produce very small quantities of ethylene, so therefore hindi sila masyadong prone sa ethylene damage, no, or sa faster ripening rate ng commodity. And then what is ethylene, no? So I think we have discussed this earlier, no, from the discussion of about the seeds, no, and then ethylene is the one of the most unique plant hormone because it is a gaseous hormone, no? And then it is responsible for the ripening of the fruits, no, and some vegetables, and also it is known as the senescence hormone, no? So this hormone is released particularly by those plants or parts of the plant, you know, that are undergoing senescence, no, and then it is produced by all plant cells, no. So regardless of what cell type of cell is that, all plant cells will produce ethylene. So the problem with ethylene is that at high concentration it results in degreening and increase in metabolism, no. So degreening alone is not bad, no, depending on the product, no. So when we talk about citrus, no, so degreening is ideal, no. So when we say degreening, it is the process of changing the coloration of the green oranges or other citrus, no, into brightly colored pigments, no. So oranges in particular, no, are yung orange is sa natural na environment lang. Sometimes nahihinog sila na hindi nagche-change ng kulay, no, depending on the temperature of the surrounding, no. So if the temperature is always high, the orange will not change in color, no. But if there is a decrease in temperature, the orange will turn orange, no. But sometimes, no, some oranges will not turn orange because of the high temperature, no. So in order to achieve the desired color for this particular fruit, no, ini-expose sila sa ethylene, no, in order for them to change or to degrade the chlorophyll pigment into carotenoid pigments, no. So that's how ethylene affects orange, no. So that is the degreening process. However, degreening is not only exclusive to oranges, no, but it could also affect other plants, no, or other commodities. For example, leafy vegetables, no. So ethylene will initiate the degrading process in leafy vegetable, which will result in yellow vegetables, no, na hindi masyadong ideal for market consumption, no. So wala naman sigurong gustong bumili ng yellow na pechay, no. So I think every one of you will agree na mas maganda tingnan na pechay na green kaysa sa yellow, no. And then leafy vegetables are highly sensitive to ethylene, no, because of this. And then another effect of ethylene to leafy vegetable is that the leaf drop, no, and epinasty, no. So shown here in the picture, no. So in regular air, the leaves are intact. However, if the vegetable is exposed to high ethylene condition, the leaves will fall down due to the senescence, the process of senescence, and also there will be epinastic effect, no. So when we say epinastic effect, there is increase, there's different growth, no. May parang elongated siya. And then moving on, ripening process, no. So ripening process is an effect of the ethylene action, no. So ripening process is actually occurs in a cellular level, no. And then during this process, no, there is a degradation of starch, the starch will be converted to sugars, chlorophyll will be degraded, and then the underlying pigments such as anthocyanins and carotenoids will be exposed, thus changing the color. So for example, sa mangga na green, after ripening, so mawawala yung chlorophyll, and then ang matitira na lang is yung carotenoid pigments, which are the yellow pigments. And then organelles and organelles will be degraded, and then this will finally result in cellular collapse and death. So actually, ripening is the first stage of senescence. So actually, it is only a phase, or a part of the senescence process. And here we have different effects of ripening. So we have there the external color changes, and then sometimes we have there also internal color changes. So sa mango, medyo late yung effect ng ethylene sa kanyang pigment sa skin, and then mas early siya na yung effect ng pigment ng ethylene sa change in pigment sa flesh niya. So the ripening process is accompanied by the loss of chlorophyll, as I mentioned earlier, and production of carotenoids and anthocyanins. Then starches are converted into sugars, kaya nga tumatamis yung mga fruits pag nahihinog sila because of this particular phenomenon. And then there is also change in organic acids. So there is a decrease in different types of organic acid in fruits, which will result to less acidity of the fruits. And then another thing is that the reductions of tannins and fungistatic compounds. So when we say fungistatic compounds, these are the chemicals that prevents the growth of fungi. So in fruits and vegetables, the fungistatic compounds are high during the unripe stage of the commodity. However, it will decrease as the commodity will ripen. So for example, nito is yung mango. Yung mango is mostly sa field pa lang, sa pag-harvest pa lang, is meron na siyang mga spores ng anthracnose. But hindi niyo yun ma-observe sa hilaw na mangga because yung hilaw na mangga is it has higher fungistatic compounds. However, during ripening, you will notice that the mango will have black spots, which is the result of the anthracnose fungi that is spreading through the surface of the mango. So this is evidence that the fungistatic compounds that are present, that are naturally present in the surface of the mango is decreasing as the mango ripens. So that is one of the things that you should take note in handling fruits and vegetables, because when there is a decrease in fungistatic compounds, you are prone to losses due to fungal infections. So what are the post-harvest interventions that are done in order to prevent this or to regulate this naturally occurring post-harvest processes? So the respiration, transpiration, and then the ethylene metabolism. So one thing to consider is the temperature control. As I mentioned earlier, temperature can accelerate or decelerate the transpiration and respiration process. So by controlling the temperature, you can prolong the post-harvest life of your commodity. So that's why most of the harvested agricultural products, aside from those durables, so yung mga agronomic products, aside from those, are transported and in cold storage facilities. So this is done to reduce the rates of transpiration and respiration. And then effect of temperature and deterioration of non-chilling sensitive commodities are shown here. So when there is an increase in temperature, there is also an increase in loss per day. So this is percentage. So imagine you are transporting petchay, 100 kilograms petchay, and then you have a high temperature. So with the 25% na loss, lugi ka na sa first day pa lang. How about second day, third day? So dyan pa lang mismo, makikita nyo na yung temperature really plays a great role in prolonging the longevity of storage life of different commodities, no? So lower temperature is ideal, no? However, there are also certain extent, no? So we have their optimal temperature range for different products, no? So when there is very low temperature, no? So we have freezing injury, and then also chilling injury, which depends on the product, no? And then when we have high temperature, we have heat injury, no? So the products or the commodities are classified according also to their temperature requirement, no? So we have there the temperate crops, we have the tropical crops, and also the subtropical crops, no? So tropical crops and subtropical crops are more or less resistant to heat injury, but they are very susceptible to chilling injury and freezing injury, no? And then the temperate crops are opposite, no? So they are resistant or somewhat resistant to freezing and chilling injury. However, they are very prone to heat injury, no? So depending on the product, the temperature of storage will dictate, no, on the particular product alone, no? So for example, you cannot store mango and apples together, no, because they have different temperature requirement, no. So mango is a tropical crop, and then apple is a temperate crop, no. So there is a difference between their temperature requirements. So therefore, you must store them separately, no. And then freezing injury, ito pala yung injury that will be sustained by the commodity when they are exposed to low to this freezing temperature, no? So 0 degrees and below, no? So this will result in crystallization of the water molecules in the commodity, which will result, no, to damage in the cells, no? So symptoms of freezing injury is water soaking, just like this in the picture, no? And then there are some glassy areas in the flesh when they are returned to non-freezing temperature, no? So the problem with freezing injury is that it is permanent, no? So you cannot troubleshoot this anymore. Once it is done, you cannot do anything about it. And then we have also chilling injury, no? So chilling injury is sustained when the commodity is exposed to low temperatures that are not yet freezing temperatures, no? So about 10 to 15 degrees depending on the commodity, no? So different commodities have different thresholds for chilling injury. So the effects of that is lesions and damage in the surface of the commodity, and then disruption of cell structure, no? So we have this phenomenon called solute leakage, no, which means that the cell membrane of the commodity are already compromised, and then there is a leaking of the internal fluids, no, of the cell, no, outside the cell, no. So this will favor microbial growth, which will accompany infection and further degradation of the product, no. And then also another effect is a failure to ripen, and then accelerated senescence and increased susceptibility to decay and compositional changes. When we say compositional changes, there are some byproduct effects, no? So for example, chilling injury is also associated with production of off-flavor compounds, which results to undesirable flavor, you know. So there is a change in composition, no? So that's how chilling injury affects the commodity. And then these are some images, no, of chilling injury, no. So for example, in pineapple, we have here discoloration of the core, no, and then in banana, darkening, no, of the skin of the banana, no. And then we have there heat injury, no. So this is opposite of the two types of injury, no. So heat injury is sustained when the tissues of the commodity is exposed to high temperatures, which results to death and bleaching, no. So this will result to necrosis and other post-harvest injury, no. So for example here, mango, which is exposed to a high temperature, no. So there is bleaching, no. So pumuti yung flesh ng manga dahil sa high temperature. And then other effects is green soft disorder in bananas, no. Bananas will fail to change in color, no, due to high temperature. So this one is a table, no, wherein the temperature ranges, no, for different commodities, no. So from the top, no, we have here temperate crops, no, which are more resistant to cold environments, and then here at the bottom are the tropical crops, no, which are more resistant to warm environment. And then another one of the things, no, to do, no, to control temperature, especially after harvesting, is cooling, no. So there are different cooling methods. We have the ice, no, hydro cooling, vacuum cooling, forced air cooling, and then room temperature cooling, no. So when we say room temperature cooling, the commodities are only exposed to room temperature, no, and allowing them to dissipate heat. No, ice cooling is the application of ice. Hydro cooling, submersion in water. And then vacuum cooling is exposure to vacuum environment, no, to accelerate the loss of heat in the commodity. And then forced air cooling, the usage of fans, no, to circulate air within the periphery of the product, no, to facilitate exchange and heat exchange, no. So there are also a different efficiency, no. So the selection of this particular method of cooling systems, no, is dependent on the people that are managing the commodity, no. So if they have higher resources, no, or they have more resources, no, so they can opt to use different advanced cooling systems, no. So for example, ice cooling or even vacuum cooling, no. But if they are small scale farmers, no, so they will use only room temperature cooling, which is the slowest but also the cheapest, no. And then relative humidity management, no. So after temperature, also relative humidity is also important to be managed, no. So it could influence the water loss, decay, development, and incidence of physiological disorder and uniformity of fruit ripening, no. So how can we manage relative humidity? So before that, these are the some of the selected crops, no, with different relative humidity ranges, no. So how can we manage relative humidity, no? So remember, no, low relative humidity is not ideal. However, too much when the relative humidity is too high, no, it will also favor the growth of microorganisms, no, which is not ideal, no. So you must have to maintain the proper percentage of relative humidity depending on the product, no. So adding moisture, no, by spray or steam can increase the relative humidity, and then regulating air movement and ventilation, and then maintaining temperature of the refrigeration coils within the 1% or 1 degree rather of the air temperature, and then barriers, no, to prevent excessive loss of relative humidity within storage system. And then this one, adding polyethylene liners in containers using perforated polymeric films, no, for packaging, no. So this one is mostly observed, no, in fruits, no. So by adding these liners, no, we can build up the proper relative humidity within the packaging of the product, no. So this will result to constant relative humidity within the container. So there is a less tendency of rapid transpiration. I think we have funds. And then reducing ethylene damage, no. So ethylene is beneficial in a certain extent. However, when it is too much, no, it is not ideal, no. So one of the easiest way, no, to prevent ethylene damage is application of inhibitors, no, for ethylene production. We have there the 1-MCP or the 1-methylcyclopropene, which is applied in different fruits, no. So these are used, no, to reduce the amount of ethylene that is produced by the commodity, especially the climacteric crops, no. And then air ventilation of storage room, no. So when there is proper air ventilation, no, so the ethylene that is present in the environment will be flushed out of the system, no. So this will avoid the buildup of ethylene. And then avoid mixing ethylene-sensitive products with those non-sensitive. No? So remember the climacteric and the non-climacteric products. No? So you must always separate those particular products, no, with different storage, no, in order to avoid contamination of ethylene to other products. And then another way to delay the senescence, no, is heat treatments. No? So for example, in mango, 50 degrees water dipping mango, hot water dipping of mango in for 5 minutes, no, in a 50-degree water, no, will prevent or will delay the senescence, no. So this has something to do with the ethylene production of the mango, no. So by exposing it to this particular temperature, there is a decrease in the ethylene production of mango. And then post-harvest pesticides, no. So damage to crops, no, by insects will also trigger the release of ethylene, no. So by applying post-harvest pesticides, no, you can reduce the amount of ethylene that could be produced. And then another thing is the ethylene absorbers, no. So another term for this are scrubbers, no. They are called scrubbers, no. So these are chemicals that are reactive to ethylene, no. So they bind to ethylene in order for it to be not reacted to with the fruits and vegetables, no. So they reduce the amount of ethylene that is found in the atmosphere. Yeah. So one example is the potassium permanganate, no. So they absorb ethylene to produce potassium hydroxide and carbon dioxide and magnesium oxide. No? And then also avoid storing products, no, in areas that has potentially could be exposed to smoke, no, or diesel exhaust, no, because diesel and smoke, no, contains an ethylene analog, no, so the acetylene, which could result to ripening, no. So ethylene is the ripening hormone. However, there are some gases that could also influence ripening, no? So for example, acetylene, no? So it is an analog for the ethylene, no? So they have more or less similar structure, no, which will result to ripening, no? So when they react with the fruits and vegetables, this will result to ripening, no? So you must avoid those particular environments that has smoke or diesel exhaust. And then manipulation of environment, no? So first we have the modified atmosphere packaging. So in this method, no, so the concentration of gases are adjusted within the packaging alone, no? So for example, we have here the 21% oxygen and then 0.035% carbon dioxide, no? So by adjusting this ratio, no, you can attain an environment that will result to lower respiration rate, but lower production of ethylene, no, which will result in delay in ripening and senescence, no, and it will also increase the shelf life, no. And then another thing is surface coating, no. So this is common with apples and I think oranges and pears, no. So the use of wax and other edible coating, no, which are applied to the fruits, no. This will limit the gas exchange between the atmosphere and the product, no. This will prevent decay, reduce the transpiration and weight loss, and also retard the metabolism and extend shelf life, no. So one of the most common misconception about the different packaging methods is that, is that when there is low oxygen, some people may think that this will result to longer shelf life because the respiration rate is lower. However, the actual thing is that the shelf life is longer because when there is low in oxygen in the environment, the ethylene production is also reduced, no? So when there is a reduction in ethylene production, this will result to longer shelf life, no? And then lastly, manipulation of environment through controlled atmosphere, no? So controlled atmosphere is more or less similar to modified atmospheric packaging, but the difference is that in controlled atmosphere, no, there is a precise precise calibration of the amount of air, different types of gases, no, that are allowed to be exposed, no, sa mga commodities, no. And then one of the distinct features of a controlled atmosphere is that it is active, no. You are continually modifying the amount of or the ratio of gases, no, in the surrounding environment of the fruits and vegetables of the commodity during the storage, no. Unlike sa MAP or the modified atmosphere, wherein you control it by enclosing the product in a particular packaging. In modified in the controlled atmosphere, no, you have different devices, no. So we have here this controlled atmosphere generator, which filters the air and regulates the amount of gases that are found within the surrounding environment of the commodity. So in summary, no, the selection of the best technologies to be applied among a range of available post-harvest technologies should take into account the characteristics of the product, the market distance, no, and then the requirements, and then the social and economic conditions of actors involved, no. So these are the different factors that you must consider when you are dealing with post-harvest handling, no. So with that said, no, I conclude my lecture this afternoon, and thank you everyone for listening. So if you have questions, no, feel free to address to me your questions, no. So that's it, sir. So are there any questions?
Maraming salamat po, Sir Malvin. Ayun na. Kung may mga katanungan po pa tayo, ay pwede natin itanong kay Sir Malvin. Yun, huwag po tayong mahiya. So, grabe. Post-harvest ay isa siguro sa pinakamahirap na topic sa akin ng crop science.
Actually, sir, it will take 1 semester, no, to deal with post-harvest, no. So medyo complex talaga yung post-harvest. So yung na-discuss ko ngayon is only a small percentage of the actual post-harvest practices that are involved in horticulture and other fields of agriculture, no? So I hope meron akong na-contribute, no, sa inyong pag-review, and your questions, no, are welcome, no? So don't be shy.
Yes. So kung may questions po tayo, ay wag po sana tayong mahiya, no? Dahil andyan naman po sila, sir, para sagutin yung ating mga katanungan. Nakita ko nga yung mga, parang yung mga pictures ba yun, sir, ng mga percentage.
Opo.
Parang sabi ko, parang galing ata yun sa UP, if I'm not mistaken, na kopya.
Yung ano po sa yung mga sa
yung sa transpiration.
Opo, yung sa relative humidity. I think
para
kalimutan ko na saan ko to kinuha, pero I think it's from parang sa mga articles din to na na-publish earlier, no.
Okay po. Thank you po, sir. So ayan, if wala nang katanungan, sige, bigyan natin ng puso si sir. Ayan. Thank you very much, sir. At kung may katanungan kayo, ay bigyan nyo lang sa amin at kami nang magtatanong kay sir. Pwede po ba yun, sir? At bibigay lang na naman namin.
No problem po. Open po ako for questions.
Thank you po, sir.
Thank you din po.
Opo. Thank you po. So, ayan, next. award po namin yung certificate namin, sir. So, Certificate of Appreciation is proudly presented to you, Sir Marvin B. Datan, in recognition of his outstanding contribution as volunteer for the share of knowledge during Padayon Hiraya Manawari Free Day Review Session on February 27, 2022. Signed by Renz Caducoy, organizer, Felix V. S. Valdez, organizer, and Brian Angelo Sustrina, head organizer. So ayun po sir, muli maraming salamat po at patuloy niyo po sana kami isama sa inyong prayers at patuloy niyo po kaming suportahan dito. Thank you very much po sir.
Thank you din po.
Yan. Sir Jefferson, andyan pa po ba kayo?
Yes po.
Wala na si sir ano?
Andito pa po.
Hi Sir Jefferson.
Opo.
Ay, may katanungan po kasi. Maganda na lang po na, at since andyan ka po, may katanungan po sila. Paano po ba daw kapag decimal ang sagot? Ano po ba ang gagawin? Kailan po ba daw magra-round up or kailan po magra-round down? Sabi po, tanong nila.
Opo. Bali sa final answer na po, i-round out, gagawin nyo na po siyang whole number po. I-round up nyo na po yun. As in whole number na po siya. Kapag magsasagot na po.
So, yun naman. Thank you po. So, yun
Opo.
po yung sagot ni sir. So far naman, hindi naman magkakalapit yung mga sagot, no?
Opo.
Doon sa board exam.
Point
Nasa sobra pa. Parang ito talaga yun. Kung hindi yun exact na sagot, parang 2 up lang siya or 2 down. Tapos the rest is malalayo na as in like 53s or 103s na yung pinagkaiba niya. So, hindi kayo malilito kung saan ba or saan ang tamang sagot.
Opo. Basta whole number lang po yung...
Maraming salamat po, sir.
Opo, thank you po.
Opo. Thank you po, sir. Ayan. Nasa last na tayo. Yes. Last one. Itong next natin na presenter or lecture ay may malaking parte, charot, sa buhay ko. Charot. Ito ay masyadong mapagbigay. Char. Yan. So, our next lecturer ay he graduated Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, major in plant breeding at Central Mindanao University. Nagkaroon siya ng work experience at Land Bank of the Philippines as intern and Land Bank of the Philippines as account manager assistant and also in Department of Trade and Industry as Negosyo Central Business Counselor. So, he also passed the licensure board exam for agriculturists last year, 2021, and also landed at top 5, di ba? Galing-galing ni Sir. Si Sir lang yan. So, let us welcome Sir Jason Tutor and give him heart react. Sir, andyan ka po ba?
Hello, okay. Medyo klaro ba ako, Renz? Klaro
Yes
ako,
po,
Renz?
sir. Klaro po yung boses mo. Hindi ka
Hindi
po
mo na lang
namin
siguro
nakikita.
yung virtual.
Ayan.
Okay na yan?
Ayan.
Sige.
Apo, mas maganda po. Mas nakikita na gwapong-gwapo po kayo.
Charis, ang drama. Anyway, salamat sa introduction. No? Ngayong week lang ako nag-start sa DTI, so I'm a more on extensionist. So, kumpara sa mga past lectures natin, no, my way of teaching is more on teaching adults. So, hindi mga college students. So, baka pagsensyahan po natin. Can I share the screen na po? Sige. Nakikita ba? Okay. So, let us start. Wait. Nakagising ko lang actually. So, good afternoon. Welcome to my lecture, Philippine Agriculture Statistics and Current Events. This is as of February 2022. Kaya po mayroong ganyan kasi po baka po mag-change pa yan pagdating ng mga few months from now. So, I will be apologizing kasi po umuulan po siya sa amin. At saka po, during mga rain shower po, humihina po yung signal ko. So, yeah. Anyways, let us proceed. So, in the board exam, there was a question nga, di ba, we all know we only have one climate in the Philippines. Meron tayong tropical, di ba? Tropical tayo. Pero meron tayong 4 na climate. Okay? Meron tayong 4 na type of climate. So, just read on this. Lalabas sa crop science. So, approximately, we have 30 million square miles of total area of the Philippines. So, regardless muna yan siya sa low tide tsaka red tide, high tide pala. So, approximately we have 14 million hectares. Hectares po ito ha. Tsaka approximately 16 million hectares po ng public and unclassified forest. Ito yung mga area na mga out of trespass pa. Meron pang no trespassing tong mga unclassified area. Parang mga ano ba yung sa tribal domain. Tsaka ito yung mga public ang mga mga parke. Meron kasi tayong mga public land spaces na inoccupy ng government at dito po siya nabibilong. So ating 14 million hectares po approximately, ito yung mga agricultural land tsaka alienable land. That means ito yung mga tinatamnan, ginagamitan nating livestock, mga ranchuhan. So dito po siya. So please take note, this is the breakdown muna. Meron tayong approximately 14 million hectares. So ano na ba? What would be the budget and spending of 2022? So, wait, saan? Ito lang muna tayo. So, for the Department of Agriculture, focus lang tayo sa ating department. During 2021, meron tayong 7.0 in billions pesos po to ha. So, that time po kasi, that was the only budget allotted for us kasi meron po nagalit na ayaw po sa research. So, with that, our secretary asked for an increase of 40 billion budget, but the Senate disapproved and only granted us 30 million, approximately 13 million lang po tayong binigay natin. So if you can see in the slide, no, hindi na ito masyadong relevant. So, yan po, summary, 71 billion, tsaka 103.5 billion. What is the relevance of that, sir? That means that in 2022, the Senate has approved a lot of budget for us to make our agriculture industry more productive, di ba? Kasi we are currently looking at trend na lumalaki na yung mga output natin as an agricultural industry. So, that is a little great help actually. So, let's proceed. So, wala akong data sa 2021 about the breakdown of the GDP. So, ano nga ba yung GDP? Okay, ag-eco non-1 muna tayo, no? Para si GDP po ay ito yung total finished goods and services po within the country. Finished po, what do you mean by finished, sir? So for example, meron kang iPhone. Di ba si iPhone, meron pa siyang mga Gorilla Glass, meron pa siyang mga phone case. Pag phone case lang, hindi siya qualified na ma-quantitative sa ating GDP. Ganyan po. So, kailangan po isang buong iPhone para makasama siya sa GDP. So, during that time, during 2020, meron tayong 61.42% sa ating share ng GDP sa services. Kasi po, of course, marami po ang employed sa services. For example, services natin ay yung salon. Di ba, hindi naman natin kinocompute sa GDP na kung gaano kahaba yung nakat na buhok. We are computing on how much we spend or ilan yung nabayad natin sa service ng ating salon. Ganun po siya. Sa industry naman, ito yung mga manufacturing tsaka mga goods. Ganun po. However, in our agriculture, as of course, ito yung mga malaking sakpak sa atin, no? Na we are an agricultural country, but our industry, our agriculture give the least share of GDP. However, that's okay. Sir. So, sir, bakit sa 2019 napakaliit? Okay, mahilig ako sa chismis, marites ako kaya tinanong ko to. There were three major factors na bakit maliit ang GDP natin sa 2019. It was because that it was the transition of Secretary Emmanuel Piñol, tsaka Secretary William Dar, that we will be discussing that in the future in the next slide. So, isa po yan. Kasi pag mag-transition po yung mga dalawang partido ng mga ating secretary, nababago po yung mga program. So that means it will create a disruption in the program and ano ba? Stability of process of the DA, the Department of Agriculture. Another fact is that maliit daw yung value adding natin dito. Value adding in the sense na, di ba, if we will be producing coffee, we'll be producing coffee beans. That means we will be further value adding that into coffee powder para ma-utilize natin siya. During that time daw, during 2019, maliit yung value adding natin. Kaya isa din sa mga programs ni Secretary William Dar is to create value adding. Tsaka in DTI, that's also my part in the DTI, so value adding, especially in my municipality, Cabanglasan. So nagba-value add kami ng mga corn, di ba? Ginagawa siyang binaki, if nakakain na kayo ng binaki. So the last factor was, I'm not, this lecture is more on apolitical. That means wala tayong sinasabing political side dito ha, pero during that time kasi it was the banning of banana in 2019 when President Duterte really said, ay sorry po, medyo mabilis po ako kasi po mataas pa po yung slide tapos 1 hour lang po tayo. Kasi po this slide covers mostly half a day. Ito lang si statistics, marami pa po tayong itatapol mamaya. So let's get back. So si President Duterte, 'di ba, meron siyang sinabi sa China na we will get back our West Philippine Sea, our Scarborough Shoal. At ano yung counter ni China doon? China banned the importation of our bananas. That means medyo nadihado ang ating banana farmers in the Davao region. It really hurted the GDP this time. That's why it is 8.82% lang during 2019. So medyo natakot si Duterte noon at in-advise siya ng mga economists na I don't want to say this but left it at ease lang muna. So to further lift the ban of our banana, and China did lift the ban. So, di ba? Grabe si China. Binubuli niya tayo. Anyways, so this is our total GDP in 2021. Wala pa akong breakdown, pasensya na po. This is in pesos and in trillions. So, as you can see in the past slide, most of our GDP are allotted back to our debt. Di ba? Mataas po yung utang natin sa World Bank. Okay. Sige po. Okay, Philippine Statistics Authority. You can get this file in this website. Just search in PSA. So, never mind these values. Dito lang muna tayo sa fourth quarter. Sir, ano yung ibig sabihin ng fourth quarter? Diba, our year is divided into 12 months. And 12 months is divided into four quarters. So, our January, February, March is our first quarter. April, May, June is our second. July, August, September is our third. Tsaka October, November, December is our fourth quarter. That means ito yung, sa fourth quarter, ito yung October, November, December. That means pinaka-last or last of our year. So as you can see, dito muna tayo titingin sa export. So we had exported our agricultural produces or our commodities only 1,466.42. This is in million US dollars, ha? Okay po. However, we imported too much, 3,189.60. So, 'di ba? Mas malaki yung import natin kumpara sa export. So, I hope you know the difference of import at export, ha. Export is yung magpapalabas tayo ng mga surplus commodities, sobra na products ng ating bansa. Imports is we buy something from other countries, ganyan po. So, the balance of trade in agricultural goods, actually lumabas sa SAG-Econ. What is the balance of trade? Balance of trade is actually just export minus imports. Hindi po siya import minus export. It's always export minus import. So, we had a negative value. You can see this in the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas page. Nagpo-post sila quarterly. So, if you want to be updated, ay baka din lalabasin siya sa Econ, just follow the page. Okay, if you have any question, just write it down. I cannot entertain question as of we are talking kasi po mataas-taas na po siya. Okay? Just comment your question and we'll get back on that. Okay. So, ano nga ba yung top 3 export crop commodities natin? Our top 3 export crop commodities are banana in the Davao region, pineapple in, of course, in Northern Mindanao, kung saan kami. Tobacco is in Ilocos region. Ilocos region ba? Yes, it's Ilocos region. So these are our top 3 exports. But also then we are exporting coconuts, coconut oil, coconut cakes, desiccated coconuts, and other value-added coconut products. Isa po yan. So our top 3 import crop commodities are of course tobacco. Mahilig namang mga sigarilyo dito. No? Coffee, napaka-coffee lover kasi natin. Tumasok import natin during that time. Tsaka rubber. Taas na rubber. So in our 10% GDP, ano yung pinakamalaking share? So it's always the agricultural crops. Malaki po ang share kasi marami po tayong area allotted for agricultural crops kumpara sa ating livestock tsaka fisheries. Anyway, so gross value adding, so Luzon as very high value adding, no? Yung hindi lang sila nagproduce na raw na agricultural commodity, they're also processing it to make it marketable and to reach the end product. So for example, I will give the example in the later on. So Visayas has low GVA, so gross value added. Let us move on. So rice production by country. Oh, this was in 2020 to 2021. Source is worldagriculturalproduction.com. That is ranked by Royals. So no other than China. China yung pinakamalaking land area, pinakamaraming tao, most populated country, and of course, they are communism din naman. Kaya they have very big production in terms of price. So Philippines is just on 8. So hindi ko alam nagpo-produce din pala si Egypt tsaka si Sri Lanka at Madagascar ng rice. Actually, it's just new to me. So Vietnam, however, has 3 seasons. Yung season kasi natin, di ba, wet dry. Vietnam has yung kanal, nakalimutan ko po yung name, pero may kanal po sila that during very dry season, they can supply their rice. Okay? So, question, an actual board exam question. I hope you can answer this. Titingnan ko muna kung may answers kayo. Who approved the commercialization of golden rice? Is it the Department of Science and Technology, Department of Agriculture, Department of Health, Department of Environment and Natural Resources? You can answer it po. Mag-drink na muna ako ng water. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing this. Meron pa ba kayong mga ibang answers?
Concern lang sir, hindi answer.
Okay, ano po yung concern?
Kasi 'di ba yung commercialization and yung introduction and commercialization ng golden rice primarily is to address the malnutrition, especially in the Philippines kasi yung incorporated na sustansya, yun yung gustong i-address ng paggamit ng golden rice. Ayun lang, yun lang sir.
Okay. Sige, okay. Thank you for that, sir. Was that sir Phil Rice, no?
Yes po.
Okay. Sorry, kalimutan ko po kasi hindi ko po nakikita yung name nyo, pero I remember your voice naman during Thank you for that, sir. So, who approved the commercialization of golden rice? Ay, hindi ko sasabihin, no, pero kasi live tayo sa YouTube, baka meron kasi tayong waiver of non-disclosure, no, sa board exam. So, meron po mga ganito naman lumabas sa board exam. Actually po si golden rice, 2 numbers po siya. So, let's tackle those numbers. So, sino nga ba ang nag-approve sa commercialization of golden rice? Of what department? So, sino nga ba? So, the Department of Department of Agriculture by the Bureau of Plant Industry. Ito po yung biosafety permit ng commercialization of propagation number 21-012. I hope you all still know your meron naman tayong classification of crops, so I'm not worried, no? So ito yung transformation event or our number ng golden rice 2E rice, that means meron siyang enhanced vitamin A content. Technology developer was Philippine Research Institute with IRI po to. Pero primary sponsor po natin si Phil Rice. Date applied was October 29 and approved last July 21, 2021 by the BPI. So, meron na po silang biosafety permit. So, ano nga ba yung golden rice? Actually, golden rice tackles, as Sir said, tackles kasi meron tayong, ano ba, we call it in our term silent disease. It's called malnutrition, especially in micronutrient deficiency. Meron kasi tayong vitamin A deficiency experiencing in the Philippines. So, in order to tackle that, we need to have enhanced provitamin A. So, 'di ba, as a Filipino and as an Asian, we are eating much more on our rice, 'di ba? Halos nga rice lang tayo tsaka asin pwede na, rice bagoong pwede na. So, in order to cope up or to tackle that silent disease, so the researchers created this plant breeders specifically. So, um, it is a GMO, genetically modified organism, and genetically engineered crop din. Kasi kumuha po tayo ng gene sa daffodil and inserted it to our rice to create the pathway of beta-carotene, the precursor of vitamin A, di ba? In the rule of nature, meron tayong colors, di ba? Yellow colors are rich in xanthophylls, di ba? Purple colors are rich in anthocyanins, ganon, di ba? So, ito po, yung pinakamaraming beta-carotene content, that means vitamin A, precursor po yan. So, si golden rice, meron po siyang 3.57 micrograms. So, trivia po, our pambansang gulay na nasa Senate pa, hindi pa na-approve actually, pero kino-consider na po natin siya, baka po lumabas sa board exam, is si moringa, si malunggay, kasi siya po yung may pinakamataas na calcium tsaka vitamin D. Hindi ko naman sabi sa iba, baka marong ako. So, si moringa po. So, ito po siya. So, sweet potato, ito po yung, it's not supposed to be spaced, no? Sweet, walang space po, mag-isa lang siyang word. Yung yellow na sweet potato, I hope you are eating that. Maganda yan sa eyes. I have a problem in my right eye, so I'm eating sweet potatoes, especially yellows. If you have any questions on golden rice, just comment down. So another trivia, Philippines is the first country to approve the commercialization of golden rice. Yung iba po, nag-approve lang sila for research. Tayo po, nag-commercialize na po tayo. Okay? So, another current event. Rice Tariffication Law. The very, ano ba ito? Ano naman tawag mo? So, I forgot the word. So, nakita pa ba ito? Hindi ako magaling sa ito. Anyways. So, President Rodrigo Duterte signed the RTL Republic Act number 11203, which replaces rice import quantitative restrictions with tariffs. Ag-Econ 101 ulit tayo. Ano nga ba yung quantitative restriction tsaka tariff? Di ba sa international trade, for example, si Vietnam, maraming bigas si Vietnam. Sabi ni Pilipinas sa Vietnam, Vietnam, I need 100 sacks of rice. Tapos sabihin ni Vietnam, pwede namang 200, marami naman kaming rice. Pero sabi ni Philippines, 100 lang kasi. Baka mag-iba na yung presyo dito. So, yun yung 100, yun yung quantitative restriction. That means ito yung quota. It is an international barrier. Pero pagdating kasi sa rice tariffication law, sinabi ni Pilipinas na Vietnam, need ko ng maraming palay. Okay lang sa'yo. Tapos sabi ni Vietnam, napaka-okay kasi maraming profit magigain ang aming country dyan. Pero sa isang kondisyon naman, sabi ni Pilipinas, walang limitasyon ng pagbili ko ng inyong bigas. Pero tataasan ko yung tariff. That means tataasan ko yung tax, di ba? Isa yan sa mga rules ng rice tariffication law. So, ano ba? NFA loses its mandate. Si NFA lang kasi yung pwedeng mag-import ng rice. So ngayon, pwede na pong mag-import yung mga middlemen, mga etc. All rice importers know removal of import restrictions and imposition of members, we have 10 ASEAN members. I hope you know already. 35% tariff po sila, tsaka 50% tariff for non-ASEAN members, di ba? China is exporting rice to us. So, we are adding 50% tariff. So, ito yung mga tax, no? Nag-additional tax. So, anong mangyayari sa additional tax? Saan mapupunta yan? With the RTL, na-create si RCEP. I think you are very familiar of this, especially sa ating PhilRice, LGUs, Land Bank, TESDA, ATI, at saka PhilMec, di ba? Don't worry, we'll be also be discussing the different agencies of the government, attached agencies in the Department of Agriculture in the later slide. So approximately, according sa ating economist, meron daw tayong nakukuhang 10 billion na tariff. So yung 10 billion na yan, 50% yan ay pagbili ng mga farm equipment. Di ba? If you are in some rice areas, you can see na meron na po tayo mga rice harvester, di ba? Combined harvester, transplanter. Si RCEF po yan, nagbibigay yan. That is a free. Free po yan that is free sa ating rice cooperatives and rice association. So, visit din kayo sa mga asosasyon at mga kooperatiba ng ating mga farmers. So, ang 30% ito yung trabaho ni PhilRice. Pag-create ng inbred rice seeds para sa ating mga rice farmers. So, 10% ito yung work ko sa Land Bank when I was in 2 years sa Land Bank, no? Agricultural credit for rice farmers sa Land Bank. So, nagpapautang kami ng mga rice farmers sa Land Bank. So, extension services with PhilMec, PhilRice, ATI, and TESDA. So, I think I don't need to explain that. So, if you have any question, write it down. What are you next? Okay. Ooh, another current event. Actually, maingay ako sa Facebook. If friends tayo, maingay po ako sa Facebook. RCEP. Ano yung pinagkaiba ni RCEP at si RCEP? Si RCEP is Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Si RCEP is Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. So si RCEP po, ito po yung samahan ng ating mga members po. Hindi lang po siya ASEAN kasi meron na po tayong 10 ASEAN members saka 5 partners. So si Korea, no, si Japan, hindi po sila ASEAN. So this is a infographic of Vietnam. Vietnam already thumbs up the RCEP, but si Pilipinas ay hindi pa. Last February 5, it was the Congress decided na di muna tayo mag-join ng RCEP. Bakit? According to our economist, si RCEP po ay isa po siyang maganda sa ekonomiya po. Isa siyang programa na maganda. Kasi po, mag-share po tayo ng mga IT communications, fish and seafood, machineries, tools and equipment, electronics component, chemical products, plastic products. However, we are also sharing agricultural products, di ba? That means they are exporting agricultural products. Kasi sa RCEP kasi mawawala na si quota, tsaka we voluntarily lower our tariffs, di ba? Unlike sa our RCEP, di ba, we lowered our quota pero nagpataas tayo ng tariff. Nagpataas tayo ng tax para meron tayong makolekta. Sa RCEP kasi, we voluntarily lower voluntarily lower our quota and our tax. Di ba? So, as you have seen my first slide, di ba, we are more on importing country kumpara sa exporting country. And China alone is exporting rice, di ba? Napakalaking exporting yung rice niya, di ba? For the China alone, napakalaki siya. So what happens, di ba, papasok yan ng papasok, mawala ng trabaho ang mga agriculturista, di ba? We don't need to plant anymore, mag-import na lang tayo kung ganyan. So, medyo nahihirapan tayo pagdating dito sa RCEP. Though it's very big kasi po, they will be giving their patented resources. They will be providing us their intellectual property rights. Pero sa agricultural products kasi, they also, di ba, for example, we are producing abaca here. Other countries are also producing abaca, especially Thailand. What will happen, di ba, if mag-import na lang tayo ng abaca? That means our abaca farmers will lose their job. Mawalan na po tayo ng abaca. So this is very critical for us, and for the next session sa June or July ba? June 30 with the new Congress, we'll have another session po. So I hope na pagdating doon, nandun pa rin kayo na lumalaban. So kasi if magpapasok tayo sa RCEP, hindi na lang tayo mag-agriculturista, mag-economist na lang tayo kasi mag-import na lang tayo lahat, di ba? So, napakahirap. Anyways, ito yung mga adversities ba? Mga disadvantages of RCEP. Land will be grabbed. Kasi papasok yung mga investors natin. Di ba maganda yan, sir, di ba? Foreign investor, that means sila na yung bibili ng lupa natin. Di ba mura lang kasi yung lupa natin. A hectare of lowland rice cost only 1 million, di ba? Anong maraming pera nila? So, land will be grabbed. Mawalan tayo ng land. Tapos, small dairy and other farmers will go out of business. Kasi po, mag-i-import na lang po tayo, mawala na po yung mga small, di ba? Our statistics po is 80% backyard farmers po tayo sa Philippines. That 20% po is medium, tsaka 5% po is yung large scale na. So that means yung mga 80% mawawala. Diba? If makikita nyo, our vegetable industry talaga is more are sourced from small farmers. So if mag-import tayo ng pechay at cabbage, marami din kasi yan sa Korea, at mawala na tayo ng mga farmers, di ba? Anyways, we are still fighting this. So fertilizer and pesticide use will go up. Kasi pag papasok po tayo sa RCEP, marami na po tayong fertilizer at pesticide. Magiging mura po siya. That means, and we have already seen this part, di ba? During the Silent Spring. I hope alam nyo po yung Silent Spring by Rachel Carson sa our DDT. So, hindi ko na po i-explain, just research on that. Seeds will be privatized. Ito yung mahirap sa, di ba, Syngenta, Monsanto are the monopolies of our hybrid corn seeds. Sa kanila lang po tayo nakabibili. Di ba? Our seedless watermelon are monopolized din ng ating mga big seed industry kasi wala pong seeds. Hindi po siya makukultivate. So, big retail will wipe out local markets, of course. Hindi na po natin yan sabihin. Anyways, average consumption, oh my God, lumabas po ito sa ANSAI. Paano ba ito mawala? Anyways, average consumption per capita, consumption of meat in 2018. So, chicken meat, 6.89 kilograms. I hope na 6.35 kilograms din sa pork. Tsaka sa beef, maliit lang kasi, bakit nga maliit? Kasi we are more exporting sa beef. Meron kaming Wagyu farm dito sa Bukidnon, and mostly ina-export po yun. Okay, just regions with highest consumption of meat. Of course, NCR po yan. Sa chicken meat po yung mga, oh my God, barm. Barm is pork. The barm is Muslim Mindanao. I didn't know. Okay, next na lang po tayo. So average consumption, average annual per capita consumption of chicken eggs by region, Philippines 2018. Bakit po 2018 yung kinukuha mo, sir? Kasi sa board exam 2018 po yung lumalabas. Hindi ko alam, baka sa inyo kasi bumalik 2018 din. So in the Philippines, 85 sa isang taon, average po ng isang tao is 85 pieces of egg. Pinakamarami po si NCR, mahilig sa itlog si NCR. Nung hindi mahilig sa itlog si Barm. So, just take note on that. So, employment and wages, this is in thousands. Thousands in person po. So, there are 7,481. Actually, this is 7,481 males employed in the agricultural sector, and ito na po sa females. So, an average basic pay and salary of agricultural work, 270 pesos 0.62 per day. Diba? Actually, ang hirap maging agriculturista. Pero actually when I was in DTI, ito yung talaga. Kasi meron tayong mga businesses na exempted sa minimum wage law. Just like ganito po. Based on effort na lang po sila. So the total population of Philippines as of May 1 of 2020 is 109,035,343. This was on the census of May 1. So ito po yung mga census natin. But we have already reached 110 million. So you can search that in Erie. Meron din naman sa, di ba yung live na globe sa Erie. If nakapunta na kayo sa Erie, meron dong numbers ng our population. So, next. Social classes in the Philippines according to income levels. No, di ba? Actually, nandito lang po ako. Dito po ako sa poor. Low income but not poor. Saan po kayo? Sure ko si Renz Kadukoy, may tower yan. Dito yan sa Rich. May signal dyan sa Kabakan. So anyways, yung mga scholars ng mga UST, no, tsaka mga Nestle at tsaka mga Circa, may iba't ibang mga scholars dyan, dito po sila, marami po silang income. Meron pa itong before, it is the poor. That means the people are earning minimum wage. 10,000 below is poor. So rich, this is based on income levels per month. So per month po ito ha. Okay. So value of production in agriculture and fisheries. Let's just not look at the third quarter. Dito na po tayo sa fourth quarter. So tumaas po si crops as always. Livestock po, bakit pumalit si livestock? Bakit always negative? During that time kasi meron tayong, di ba meron tayong pandemic as of now, COVID-19. Meron din po kasing pandemic sa ating swine industry. That is the ASF. Pandemic siya in the sense na hindi lang siya sa Philippines. Ano nga ba ang ang main cause ng our ASF? Kasi po, yung mga neighbor po namin, for example, kung pumupunta sa bahay namin, kumukuha ng mga food scraps, di ba? Meron po kasing tapos pinapakain sa kanilang alagang baboy. That is the one of the reasons na nagka-pandemic sa ASF, di ba? So please avoid that. And the DA in their roadmap in repopulation of our hogs, they advise our hogs farmers na hog raisers rather na wag nang mag-backyard. Or if they will be doing backyard farming, they will have to formulate their own feeds. Hindi na po sila yung magpunta ng mga neighbor, ang hiram ng food scraps, di ba? Marami kasi sa amin yan. And we don't encourage that anymore. So poultry, malaki po si poultry. Tsaka fisheries din. Anyway, so this is our production during the fourth quarter of 2021. Ito yung latest. Kasi our first quarter would change. In 2022, we'll have its data on April. So ito yung latest na data natin. So just visit the PSA for more details. So crop statistics in the Philippines, major vegetables and root crops. So volume of production po ito in July to September 2021. Cassava. Cassava po yung first. Bakit cassava? Kasi our government encourage our cassava farmers because of the trend, di ba? Alam niyo kung para saan si cassava? Cassava, specifically cassava starch. Si cassava kasi, siya ang raw ingredient ng ating tapioca pearls. The pearls ng ating milk tea, di ba? Marami na po tayong milk tea ngayon na mga stands, di ba? Kaya po si cassava po ay lumaki din yung production kasi po marami po ang nag-demand. Ayaw ko magsalita ng demand. Ayaw ko bumalik sa ag-econ. So this is crop science. No? So cassava po yung pinakamalaking production natin. So siya po ay nasa BARM na po yan, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, Muslim Mindanao. Sweet potato, nut space. Kasi po si sweet potato po, we are currently exporting sweet potato in South Korea. Baka mabomba ako dito. South Korea. Kasi po, mahilig na po ang mga South Koreans na sweet potato kasi they are more health conscious. So si eggplant, si third eggplant. Bakit mataas eggplant? A trivia for eggplant. Eggplant is the least nutritious vegetable among the vegetables. Siya po ang pinaka-low yung nutritional content, no, nutritional value niya. Another trivia of eggplant is also the most consumed vegetable by Filipinos. So, di ba ang ironic? Yung pinakamalaking kinakain ng Filipino, pinakamaraming kinakain ng Filipino, siya din yung pinaka-least nutritious. That means we are not just into nutritional value, more on sustenance lang tayo tsaka survival. Pero kasi masarap si talong. Yung sa torta, sa pinakbet, sa kare-kare, sa baskoy. Kakain ko lang ng baskoy. Anyways, tomato, ampalaya fruit, potato, cabbage, mung bean, native onion, tsaka si Bermuda onion. So, Ilocos region po si native onion, tsaka si garlic. When my mom went there, when my mom went there in Ilocos, kasi she is an Ilocana, sabi niya sa yung mga walls daw ng mga bahay ng mga Ilocanos, meron daw mga nakahang na mga garlic tsaka onions. So, marami po talagang onions tsaka garlic. So, ano pa? Sa Northern Mindanao po, dito po sa amin is tomato po. Is vegetable and root crops po. Tomato po. Kasi po, Bukidnon, or specifically Malay-Balay is the little Baguio of the South, di ba? Malamig din po sa amin dito. So, masarap po magkadaos dito. Anyways, Calabarzon, sa Calamba, Laguna, Batangas, Rizal, tsaka Quezon, sa eggplant at saka ampalaya fruit na mahilig talaga sa mga. Anyways, Eastern Visayas, sweet potato. So, area planted or harvested. Just see this and read this. Volume of production, bakit Abaca ang nasa una? Abaca is currently siya yung latest major non-food po siya in industrial crops. That means in our classification of crops, our plantation crops. Hindi din plantation crops. Sila yung mga crops na we need to further process or we need to transform them in order to be consumed. So si Abaca, ang main product ni Abaca is our banknotes. Banknotes, yung mga paper bills natin, yung mga pera natin, that is 20% Abaca, 80% cotton. So, kaya po, malaki po yung roadmap ni DA kang Abaca. So, coconut. Coconut is our top exporting commodity din. So, ano po ba? Hindi ko makita. Coffee. So, our coconut has, this is 346 in million trees. That means there are 46 million trees. According to PCA, Philippine Coconut Authority, our coconuts that are standing as of now are reaching their lifespan limit. Nasa mga 90% na daw sila. Tapos, medyo nakakatakot yan. Kasi isa sila sa ating dollar crops at isa ang coconut yung nag-generate ng income sa ating industry. So, if mag-reach na sila sa kanilang lifespan, di ba ang tagal pa ng coconut bago magkabunga ulit, di ba? So, medyo nakakatakot. Isa yan sa mga urgent matters ng PCA na binigay sa DA na 80% of our coconut trees are reaching their lifespan. So, our coffee, rubber, and cacao, medyo okay lang siya. So, volume production, ito yung non-food and industrial crops. Crop statistics of the Philippines fruit crops. Based on banana, especially the Davao region, marami pong lumabas sa crop protection doon, especially sa our banana, on how they are producing, tackling the Bonchitap virus, banana Bonchitap virus, and how do they apply pesticides. Please read on that. So, mango din, calamansi, pineapple. Pineapple, marami po sa amin sa Northern Mindanao. Nakakasawa na nga. So, top producing regions by crop in 1,000 metric tons po ito. So, Davao region, of course, banana. Marami po talagang banana. They are using mostly their tissue culture to para magparami ng banana. So, mango sa Central Visayas. The sweetest mango is in Guimaras. Sweetest lanzones is in Camiguin. Calamansi sa Mimaropa. Northern Mindanao sa amin, pineapple. Halos hektarya-hektarya po si pineapple. No? So, ano pa yun? Anyways, these are hills na. Just read along on this. So, livestock naman tayo, tsaka poultry. Statistics of the Philippines. Okay, ano ba? Kunin ko yun. Hindi siya masyado. Dito na lang. Yan. So, Central Luzon, kung saan ang palay, nandun ang pato. Di ba? Central Luzon is the top producing region for lowland rice. Iloilo for upland. Nueva Ecija for lowland rice din. Kung nasaan si lowland rice, nandun si pato. Di ba? Si pato or si Anas Paterincos ba? I don't know. Pero si duck, ganun, duck. So, dito din sa kanila yung chicken. So, Calabarzon, ano to? Actually, si Calabarzon tsaka si Northern Mindanao yung nagko-compete sa cattle. Marami po talagang cattle sa Calabarzon tsaka sa Northern Mindanao. Western Visayas po, as always, Carabao po sila. Sa Central Visayas po is our goat. Diba? Inventories. So, as of January 2022, meron po tayong 2 million na kalabaw. 2 million na cattle, approximately na lang po ha. Yung chicken po natin, this is broiler tsaka layer ha. So 1 million po sila. Almost. Ano pa? So slaughtered or dressed animals, this is as of January 2022. Mataas kasi yung slaughtering natin at the time of fourth quarter. Di ba sa December marami pong handaan. So this our hog, almost, no? Grabe ang raming nilitson nun, 2 million. Anyways, chicken, ang rami po natin chicken. Si Carabao din, di pa ako nakakain ng kalabaw, no? Pero sabi nila as malangsa daw. Please comment na lang if true ba. So, this is according to LGUs and NMIS. Okay. So, self-sufficiency ratio. The relevance of this is what we need to import, di ba? If nakarating ang mga value levels na 100, that means equal sa supply at demand. Ayun mga gayon. Equal yung nasa market natin na produce, tapos equal yung binibili natin. That means we are able to buy them at certain prices din. So si rice, hindi po tayo sufficient kang rice. Kaya po 85.0 lang po siya. And we still have the audacity no na magtayo ng only rice. Anyways, si corn po, kasi po corn is used mainly for our feed production, diba? Yung mga crack corn. Si coffee, of course, we are importing coffee, kaya low ang ating sufficiency ratio. Those numbers na nagka-red, tsaka yellow yung bars nila we are not sufficient. Those greens naman are sufficient and sometimes surplus. Sobra. For 100, di ba, meron tayong 72.6 na sobra. That means we are exporting this. So pineapple din, marami tayong sobra. Mango, calamansi, papaya, pomelo, tomato. Garlic, we are low of garlic kasi hilig natin sa ginisa at sa onion. Halos kahit bagoong igigisa natin. Anyways, have you experienced the crisis of red onion in the first week of January? Yung tumaas yung presyo na at least ng 3 times. So, naging 12 pesos per piece yung onion no red onion. So, mahirap doon. So, cabbage, eggplant, ang palaya are sufficient din. For the meat naman, beef, cara beef. Marami palang kumakain ng cara beef. Hindi ko alam po. Pork, of course. Chevon. Chevon is the meat for our goat. Chicken breast, duck breast, chicken eggs, duck egg, specifically balot, no? Maraming balot. Milkfish, prawns cod, or bagoong, tilapia, anyways, these are more on fisheries. So, this is an achievement of field rice din. Nag-celebrate, I think, sila, tsaka Erie, that we have reached this 19.30 million metric tons of palay production. Diba? Ang laki kasi dyan, with the help of our government agencies talaga na tumutulong. Tsaka yung RCEP, diba? Nabigyan po tayo ng palutang, bigyan po tayo ng mga extension services, nabigyan po tayo ng mga farm machineries and equipment, Ganun po. Tapos libre pa po yung mga fertilizer tsaka mga seeds. So meron po tayo 19.30 million. Diba, ang maganda lang, ay napakaganda po siya kasi po tinutulungan po natin ang ating mga farmers. In the sense na they're also giving us a higher production output. So it's very good. So hindi siya masyadong relevant yung mga prices. Anyways, next. Government support in the agricultural sector. Di ba free na po si NIA, National Irrigate, yung patubig. That time kasi sa amin, 700 pesos per cropping po siya. Tapos mahirap po pag walang tubig. Marami din po kasing away-away sa tubig. Halos nagkapatayan na. Anyways, land distribution, siya makita. Land distribution, registration din. ERBs, the Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries. Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries was first established in the DAR, di ba? Department of Agrarian Reform by the President Ferdinand Marcos din. So, Saxargen, yung pinakamaraming agrarian reform beneficiaries. Ano po yung agrarian reform beneficiaries? Sila po yung mga farmers na nagtitil ng mga land sa mga alienable areas. That means wala pang government property pa siya. Pero binigay na po siya ng gobyerno sa kanila. That means they are beneficiaries of agrarian reforms. So, this is our total expenditure. Laki-laki no, 1.7.33 billion. So, anyways, it's not relevant. So, crop statistics in the Philippines, palay and corn. Ba yung makukuha natin dito? So, volume of production. So, irrigated tsaka si rain-fed. Ito yung upland. So, Northern Mindanao si corn. During 2021 kasi, July to September 2021, I was amazed na si Western Visayas pa din yung pinakamalaki. Even though meron pa tayo mga bagyo, di ba? Na naka-experience din. So, I'm very happy with that. Northern Mindanao po yung corn. Sa amin po, marami pong corn. Actually, yung mga clients ko are corn farmers. So these are the average prices of our palay. So, palay, no? 16.92. Parang joke to kasi 13 lang to sa amin. Anyways, these are statistics. Fertilizer po, urea, amusol, amopos, complete. This complete is 14, 14, 14 po. Hindi po yung malaking numbers na complete. Ito po. Never mind na retail tsaka wholesale na lang. Anyways, production cost and returns of palay. Hindi ko na lang siya i-discuss kasi more on agriculture economics po ito. Pero sa isang hektarya ng palay, magkakagastos ka ng 47,000 sa lowland rice. Ganyan po. Sa corn naman, this is white and yellow, 25,000 pesos. So you need that money din. Okay, the most famous current event as of now. So si Russia at si Ukraine crisis, no? Ay, ano nga ba yung dahilan ng kanilang pag-aaway? So, let's just treat Russia and Ukraine as magjowa. Kasi before the Soviet Union fell, si Ukraine, Kazakhstan at saka Belarus is isang parte lang sila ng Russia, isa lang Soviet Union lang sila. Kasama pala sa Soviet Union. Pero after Soviet Union na nag-fell, si Kazakhstan, Ukraine, at Belarus tumiwalag na. Si Ukraine yung pinakamalaking land area na nasayang ni Russia. So, sabi ni Vladimir Putin, napakasayang si Ukraine. Pero si Poland, ito po sila po yung mga countries na kasama sa NATO. NATO kasi yung pinakamalaking military allegiance kasama na yung European countries at mga North American countries. So kasi sabi ni Ukraine, toxic na daw si Russia, di na siya babalik ang Russia, papasok na si Ukraine kang NATO. So kaya nagalit si Russia, naging toxic siya, tapos in-invade niya si Ukraine. Isa din siya sa mga dapat kukunin ni Russia kasi po if magiging NATO na si Ukraine, magiging vulnerable po si Moscow. Moscow is the capital for Russia. So isa po siya sa mga dahilan and what is the economic impact specifically in agricultural sector? Kasi Russia is the third highest exporting country of natural gas tsaka oil and fuel. Di ba we are currently experiencing higher prices of our fuels and gas. So isa na po yan sa mga economic impact natin. na when our trade industry, our transportation industry is medyo dehado siya, tataas talaga yung presyo natin. So, we are expecting na our fertilizers will be spiking. Diba? Tumataas yung presyo nila. Magkataasan na po yung presyo in the next month, especially more on sa March. I hope ma-resolve na po, please. Ayaw kong bumili ng onion na 15 pesos. Anyways, that would be all sa ating first phase ng slide. Do you have any question? Our next would be do you have any question? Just write down your.
Okay, so shoutout lang po. Thank you po, Sir Jason, sa iyong
May agencies pa.
Ay, may agencies pa ba?
Yeah.
Sorry. Joke lang. Thank you. Hindi, nagte-thank you lang ako dahil
lang.
natapos
Sige.
na yung isang part. Kasi meron
Isang
pang
part.
susunod na part.
Yeah.
But,
Actually, may.
diba? Si Sir Jason ay top 6 kung hindi ko po nasabi.
Top 5 ako.
Ay, top 5. O, diba galit na galit siya sa akin.
Galit
Top
na
5. Ayaw niya makilevel sa akin. Sorry naman po, sir.
Uy, hindi yun. Anyways, proceed na ako. Baka po natutulog na po kayo. May agencies pa tayo.
Hindi, mga avid fan natin to sila. Sino bang magte-take ngayon ng board exam ngayong taon? Isa lang?
Isa lang?
Dalawa? Tatlo?
But I...
Apat? 5? Oh, okay, sige na Sir Jason.
Hindi na, para matapos na to.
Sorry!
Anyways, let's proceed. Let's continue rather. Okay, so, oh my God, nandito tayo sa Department of Agriculture and its attached agencies, bureaus, and corporations. So, link na ako natin. Pardon. So, the Department of Agriculture was formed in 11 days after the proclamation of Philippine independence on June 12, 1898. Ito yung pinaka-unang executive department, isa sa mga unang executive departments na itinayo ng ating unang presidente during that time. So, our name was that Department of Agriculture pa and Manufacturing, naging Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources, hanggang sa naging Department of Agriculture lang siya. So, our famous secretary, Dr. William Dar. Dr. William Dar was also the secretary under the President Joseph Ejercito Estrada. 2 years siya doon. So, marami na pong experience si Dr. William Dar. No? And he was also the curator, curator ba yung tawag? Curator ng gene bank ng ECRISAT, the international, kalimutan ko yung ECRISAT, pero yung mga, it's a gene bank in, kalimutan ko din siya, sa Malaysia ba? Sa India?
Sa India, sir. Sa India.
Okay, sa India pa. Thank you very much. So, he was also the director of India. 13 years po siya doon sa ECRISAT. Yung mga crops ng gene bank nila is more on pulses tsaka millets. So, these are his 8 objectives, no? Sa yung pagiging department head. So, modernization of agriculture, restoration of agriculture, promotion of experts, farm consolidation, infrastructure development. Ito yung maganda. Kasi among all the secretaries, siya lang yung gumagawa ng roadmap development. The relevance of roadmap development is our small scale farmers, meron silang tinitingnan, di ba? Especially, di ba kung nakikita kayo sa mga small scale farmers, more on independent sila. Hindi sila masyadong tumitingin sa ating gobyerno. Pero this roadmap development, nabibigyan na din sila ng mga access. Kasi they also one sa mga recipients and beneficiaries. So, have you notice na meron na po tayong RSBSA. Part po na yan ng roadmap. RSBSA is Registry System and Basic Sectors of Agriculture. So if you are tilling a land, you must register on that. So higher budget and investment for agriculture, a legislative support plan. So that is the Department of Agriculture. So what are the attached agencies? So ACPC, actually in Land Bank, I was also handling ACPC accounts. So yung major function nila is to accredit financial institution. Kasi sila yung tumutulong sa mga kooperatiba at mga rural banks na magpapautang ng mga farmers, di ba? If you will be going to some cooperatives or some rural banks na ang land bank din na nagpapautang, sa kanila po yung policy galing. So, kung ilang interest po ba, kung ano po yung mga guidelines and protocol, sa kanila po yun. So, it is headed by Director Jocelyn Alma Arbajula during July 1, 2016 up to present. So fertilizer and fertilizer and pesticide authority. Ito yung general functions niya, more on pesticide talaga tsaka fertilizer. So anyways, registration sa fertilizer product, diba? If we will be creating a fertilizer, we need to register that at saka pesticide din. Tapos import control, sila yung nagko-control ng ating importation kasi mahirap na if dadagsa yung mga fertilizer sa atin. So, stewardship program, product quality, and adherence to safety. It is headed by Wilfredo C. Roldan, December 15, 2016 to present. So, NMIS, National Meat Inspection Services. Actually, ang raming lumabas dito sa board exam sa NMIS. Alam ko na nasabi. So, NMIS is, ito lang, pertaining to meat inspection and hygiene, both for locally produced and imported meat. Sila yung nasa slaughterhouse, di ba? Sila yung nagko-control ng mga meat na lumalabas sa mga consumers. Sila yung nagko-condemn, di ba? If pwede pa yan, allowed to be slaughtered ba yan, or condemned. So it is headed by no other than Director Jocelyn E. Salvador. She is a vet medicine. So PCC, the headquarters of PCC is in the Science City of Muñoz, Nueva Ecija. So, ano ba? Operating as a touch agency mandated to conserve, propagate, and promote the Carabao as a source of milk, meat, draft power, and hide to benefit the rural farmers. Actually, meron at our examiners, there are two of them, naka-work sila sa PCC. Hindi ko nilang sabihin kung sino. So, just research on that. Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization. This is PhilMec. So, sila yung nag-create ng mga post-harvest and mechanization technologies and also creating the practices and systems. So, ano lang, it is headed by Dr. Baldwin G. Haliorina. Okay. So, PICAC, Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries. Sila yung nagmo-monitor at saka nag-develop ng mga public-private partnership as advisory. Di ba meron kasi tayo mga private entities na involved din sa agriculture. Sila po yung nagmo-monitor at nagko-control din. Kasi mahirap po kasi silang i-control in terms of the Department of Agriculture as a whole. Di ba we are only focused on the governmental aspect. Pero meron din naman tayong private entities that also conducting research on agriculture. Research extension at production din sa agriculture. So pick up ang nagmo-monitor. So, PhilFIDA, Philippine Fiber Industry Development Authority. So PhilFIDA was a merge of both authorities and administration, the Cotton Development Administration, Fiber Industry Development Authority din. Meron din kasi dyan, yung fiber industry natin involved yung pineapple, jute, tsaka, ano yung isa? Pineapple, jute, tsaka baka. Okay. It is headed by Kenny D.T. Costales. So, PRRI, the Philippine Rubber Research Institute, which is in, if I'm not mistaken, in Zamboanga Peninsula, in Pilba. So, more on empowerment sa our rubber farmers, improve of production, and rural development. So marami pong rubber sa North Cotabato. So, ito yung mga attached agencies. This is organized and arranged by yours truly, Felix Valdez. Niram ko lang po sa kanya. So, attached bureaus. Okay, bureaus na. What is the difference of agencies, bureaus, at corporations? Agency siya kasi in the sense na siya ang main administration ng ng agriculture siya. Di ba specific si Philippine Carabao Center, administration siya sa mga Carabao involved na mga activities. So, si bureaus naman, they are government entities na specific yung kanilang services. So, for example, si ATI, di ba, specific lang siya on teaching the farmers, adults, tsaka young interested. Ganun. So, agriculture research, focus sa research. Ganun si Bureau at saka si Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Engineering, Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standards. Sila yung nag-create ng mga standards natin on food standards, our grades, di ba meron tayong grades, tinatawag na grades on our commodities. The post-harvest, di ba? As mentioned by Sir. So, sa buy. Si Biden kasi yung hindi ako marunong masyado kay buy. Baka ma-wrong ako ni Sir Felix nito. No? So, si buy yung more on sa animals na lang siya. Feeder kasi ako. Anyways, so, just research on buy. So, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. And Bureau of Plant Industry, di ba? As I've said earlier, si BPI yung humahandle ng quarantine services. Di ba, specific yung service niya kasi ang hirap talagang i-control, di ba, yung labas-pasok na mga samples galing from abroad, di ba? We need to have safer plants na papasok so para hindi po tayo magkagawa ng mga endemic pests and diseases sa atin. So, if you are also if papasok kayo sa Bukidnon, sa border namin, meron kaming quarantine facility doon, specifically for our foot and mouth disease ng ating cattle. Kasi Bukidnon is foot and mouth cattle disease free. Kasi marami din kasi kaming cattle sa amin. So, we need to avoid that. So, if pababain kayo sa bus, please tapak po tayo sa quarantine. Ano ba yung tawag? Yung tatapakan para
Foot bath ata, sir.
foot bath. Oh my God, foot bath. Okay, tapak po kayo sa foot bath. Isa po yan sa mga mandato ng ating Bureau of Animal Industry. So, please help us naman. So, Bureau of Soils and Water Management. Sila po yan. So, ito yung po yung mga attached bureaus. So, under directors and form, tsaka policies. And meron din po tayong mga former names, di ba? Before. Arranged by yours truly again, Mr. Felix Valdez. So, attached corporations. Corporations siya in the sense that we need to maximize the income of our target farmers, di ba? Ano pa? We need to maximize like the economic activity of our target farmers. So, for example, our National Dairy Authority, maximize natin yung, di ba we are helping the dairy farmers din, more on economic at saka income generating po ang purpose ng ating corporations. Si National Food Authority po, sa NFA para po sa ating bigas, si National Tobacco Administration, Philippine Coconut Authority, Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, PhilRice, SRA, Sugar Regulatory Administration, di ba? So, ito yung mga attached corporation. Ano yung hindi ko in-include? Si PCIC, Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation. Bakit po hindi ko in-include si PCIC? Kasi po si PCIC last December lang, transfer po siya sa Department of Finance. Wala na po siya sa Department of Agriculture. Kasi po according sa COA, si PCIC is not efficient. Hindi ko siya sinsiraan, pero that are the words of COA. si PCIC kasi yung nag-handle ng insurance natin, di ba? If meron tayong kalamidad, if naririnig nyo yan sa TV, tsaka nakita nyo sa FB, si PCIC yung nagbibigay ng mga indemnity claims, yung paghahabol ng bayad. That means, di ba, if nasira yung palayan mo, sila yung titingin nga, mga ganito, mga 50,000 yung nasira sa kanya, kaya bibigyan natin siya ng 50,000. So, according to COA, hindi daw siya efficient, which is a little bit of true naman. So, transfer po siya sa Department of Finance. Pero nevertheless, PCIC is also helping our farmers demand it. So, I think that would be all. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. So, I think my questions.
Sure na yan.
Sure na yan. Sure na sure.
Thank you po, Sir Jason. Di ba? Ang dami natin natutunan kay Sir Jason.
Meron pa po?
So, kung may katanungan po tayo, ay itanong na natin kay Sir Jason. Tanong
Yes,
natin.
Wala na po? Baka
Even yung mga technique, kung anong mga ginawa niya, sasagutin niya kung paano niya tinap yung board exam.
Uy, Ancharis. Actually, uminom lang ako ng tubig. Di ako magsalita kasi Renz naglagay ng 4 na review center.
wala na po?
Wala po kayong tanong
Okay,
sa kanya. Single ka po ba daw, sir?
Hello, ayan, hindi, wala. Hindi, ito ba parang kahapon,
Hindi
nag-share
lang
kami
sagot ni sir.
ni Kai, ng full pack, na mayroon kami event today, the power. No? So you can
Ayan.
check our...
So kung wala nang katanungan, sir,
ang aming online power.
we give you the certificate of appreciation.
Okay, ayan.
Proudly present to Sir Jason Tutor in recognition of his outstanding contribution as volunteer for sharing knowledge during Padayon Hiraya Manawari Free Leia review sessions on February 27, 2022. Signed, Renz Caducoy, organizer, Felix Valdez, organizer, and Brian Angelo Sustrina, organizer. So maraming may chat. So maraming salamat po. Ayun, may tanong is, lumabas po ba ito, sir, lahat yung mga agency? Ang sagot naman ay, ni sir, ay sa CP, crop protection po, marami at sa Ansay. True. Second emotion kay sir, because hindi natin alam kung anong ibabatong question. Tapos, try to browse their websites kasi nga may tinanong doon sa ATI about ATI, ano yung e-extension na ginagawa nila, anong crop or anong commodity yung ginagawa ng e-extension nila. O, di ba? Ano yun? Di ba? Yun yung tanong. So, hindi namin alam ang sagot. Ang sabi ng kakilala ko ay swine. Pero ang sinagot ko ay mushroom. So, hindi ko alam kung anong tamang sagot. Kaya, it's better to browse each page para alam natin. So, muli natapos naman po ang ating half-day session. At hopefully may natutunan kayo at hopefully ay naging bahagi kami ng inyong reviews ngayong buwan. So, next month na, di ba? So, next month ay ipagpapatuloy pa rin po natin ang crop science. So, crop science pa rin po tayo at after ng first week ng March ay pupunta na po tayo sa ating soil science. So, kung wala nang katanungan, see you next week and hopefully, di ba, mas marami pa tayo para mas maraming matutulungan ng ating hiraya at mas maraming malilibre ng review center. So, goodbye. God bless. Kung wala ng announcement, Sir Brian, wala na po ba? Ayun. Maraming salamat po.